I could get all my commissioners up here. Looking for Commissioner Perkins. Here she comes. All right. What's up, buddy? Tell you on the side. All right, let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. The Pompano Beach, let's see, what are we going to call this? Pompano Beach City Commission and the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency special joint meeting and special meeting of the CRA and special meeting of the Pompano Beach City Commission on Thursday, June 20th, 2024 at close to 6 p.m. Very good. Kervin, if I could ask everyone to please silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate so we don't get disrupted during the meeting. That would be great, just to make sure nobody gets a phone call in the middle of a presentation. That would be great. So please silence your cell phones. Kervin, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Here.
Commissioner Moss?
Here.
Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Here.
Vice Chair McGee?
Here.
Chair Harden?
Here, and also I just wanted to point out there's been a little confusion. We are not having any audience to be heard tonight, but everybody is eligible to speak on the items tonight, so at the appropriate time everyone will have an opportunity to speak. But you don't need to sign up or anything like that. So that's fine. Thank you. But there is no audience to be heard. So if we can all please stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Father, grant us wisdom to consider these items before us this evening and do the best that we can for the residents and city of Pompano Beach. Make sure that we do our best for all of the residents and everyone here and to come. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. All right. Can I get a motion approving the agenda this evening?
So moved.
Second.
Dan, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Okay, at this time we will commence the special joint meeting of the City Commission of Pompano Beach and the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, Thursday, June 30th, 2024 at 6 p.m. or close thereafter. And that will take us up to presentation. Staff will present the Downtown Master Developer Agreement between the city, the CRA, and RP Pompano, LLC, an affiliate of Roca Point Partners, LLC, and an interlocal agreement between the city and the CRA relating to the Downtown Master Development Project. I'll turn it over now, I guess, to...
Actually,
okay.
Ms.
McKenna.
I'm going to set the table. Thank you, Mayor. So as you can see, the journey to this special meeting began over 35 years ago. Mayor E. Pat Larkins and his fellow commissioners had a vision for redeveloping the Northwest community, and in 1988 they established the Community Redevelopment Agency. Over the years, the CRA has followed the CRA plan for redevelopment, which brings us to this meeting. Tonight is about the legal documents that will allow that original vision of redevelopment to come to fruition. The city and the CRA selected a premier developer as its partner. We have sufficient land to develop the project. We have identified the funding sources to pay for the project, and we have determined that the economic impacts of this project are significant. So I am very pleased to turn the presentation over to the team that has been working on getting us here since Roca Point Partners was selected in October.
Thank you, Ms. McKenna.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Suzette Sybil, Assistant City Manager. As Ms. McKenna so eloquently stated, the vision for transforming the Northwest District began back in 1988. Later on this evening, this commission has a chance to take a gigantic step in moving one step further towards realizing that vision. So Ms. McKenna alluded to the fact that we had a team behind us as we were moving through the process, working and negotiating with Roca Point over the last 8 months. And quite a team it was. It really, it's been quite a heavy lift to get to this point. A lot of hours, a lot of people working on their day off. But anyway, enough about that. Nobody cares about that. We just had such expertise and experience on the team, whether it's internal staff, Ms. McKenna, Mr. Berman. We also had CBRE at the table. They've been involved in the process since the beginning, and they've brought their expertise in a variety of disciplines within their firm to the process. Of course, you all know Redevelopment Management Associates. Ms. Briesmeister has been involved in redevelopment plans for the city since 2009 and has continued to have a critical role in involvement in working with our 2 CRA districts to help transform them. We also brought on board expertise, so even though we love Claudia and Mark, we fully realized that this was a specialized area. So we brought Bills and Sumberg on board. They specialize in public-private partnerships and real estate transactions as well, so they have been critical and integral to negotiating the master development agreement that you will consider for approval later on this evening. Finally, we had a couple of subject matter experts. There are a couple of things we've been tasked with looking at after talking to the commission, hearing from the community. One of them is looking at a potential multipurpose cultural facility or placemaking facility as it relates to the downtown. Those studies are ongoing. We also brought on board a economic and fiscal analysis specialist, so you'll hear a little bit more about that later on this evening. We've also been working closely with our budget analysts and our professional financial advisors, public financial management. They provide financial advisory services for both the city and CRA. So what have we been doing since October of 2023? So that's when the City Commission awarded the invitation to negotiate to Roca Point Partners and authorized staff to proceed with negotiating the agreement with them. So I'm not going to go through every step, but I just wanted to assure you that we've been working diligently to get to this point this evening, ultimately culminating in the agreements, again, that you will see before you for consideration at the CRE and City Commission meetings. Over the last year, we've had a number of public presentations and community meetings relative to the project. We understand the importance of the project to the community. We understand the importance of inclusion and input into the process. So we've taken steps to ensure that that has been progressively happening over the past year, and it will continue to happen as the project progresses over its 10-year development cycle. So what does the project include? So these are the existing conditions today. Primarily the area we're focused on the screen is the area that's between I-95 and Dixie Highway and Atlantic Boulevard and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, so very blighted conditions. The area currently has a lot of challenges in terms of vagrancy, in terms of criminal activity in the area. In addition, it only generates a few $100,000 a year in increment tax revenues for the CRA. So the master plan concept on your screen is a $2 billion project. This is the concept that Roca Point initially proposed to the city. This is the concept that has been presented in those public meetings we spoke about and community meetings earlier in the presentation. That concept has not really changed since the beginning that you've heard from them over time. They're proposing a number of uses, multifamily, they're proposing office, hotel, commercial and retail uses, civic uses, parking, and placemaking facilities. So just quickly to go through some of the concept slides. One of the uses that's being proposed are civic uses. We'll get a little bit more in detail in that later on in the presentation when Ms. Corse gets up to speak a little bit about the City Hall facility. But one of the important things that Roca Point talked about is the importance of building the civic uses in the downtown in order to anchor the downtown and ensure that it's sustainable in attracting private investment. We're also proposing a brand new EPAT Larkin Center in the downtown, as well as open space. I did want to spend a little bit of time on the EPAT Larkin Center. So we've heard loud and clear from the community that the community is not happy with the current facility. It is not meeting the demand for activities. Usually when they try to book space at the facility, they're not available. The facility is not large enough. What we are proposing is building a brand new modern facility that's more efficient, larger capacity, can accommodate more events for the community. Over the next few months, assuming everything's approved this evening, Roca Point would be going out and getting public input from the community in terms of the design, final design for that facility. So again, we understand the importance to the community, and they are committed. They've been meeting with members of the community, meeting with them and getting input on how that facility is designed. That facility, the current facility would stay in place, and only upon completion of the new facility would the current facility be removed from that site. We fully plan to pay homage to former mayor and commissioner, E. Pat Larkins. We have room in the facility for a memorial wall, for a legacy wall for E. Pat Larkins, as well as monuments. So we heard clear from the community that this facility is important. We want to preserve the history of the facility and continue to pay homage to E. Pat Larkins. As well, there are residential uses proposed, office and hotel, as I mentioned previously, and of course, ground retail. So one of the things that we spend a lot of time talking about, like I mentioned earlier, was placemaking. And placemaking is a sense of place. It's having open space in the downtown that makes the community want to come out and partaking in activities. It could be something as small as yoga or cultural activity, or having a guitar pair or performances in the great lawn of the downtown, similar to what we have on the beach currently. So it could be things as small as that. The commission also tasked us with thinking about a new cultural facility, a multi-purpose space. So we're not quite ready to give you a decision on that yet. What we're working on right now are a few feasibility studies, because what we want to make sure is when we come forward with an idea that we've really vetted it, we consider the feasibility of the facility in terms of sustainability and long-term success. Those studies are ongoing, but we're committed to it because we fully understand. We not only heard it from you as the commission, but we heard it from our partner, Roca Point, as well, the importance of placemaking in this downtown to ensure its success. They've also contemplated public parking throughout the development. So you see the P on the screen is representative of planned public parking. The city hall that would be constructed in the downtown would have a parking garage. It would house the employees during the daytime hours or operational hours of city hall. And after hours, it would be utilized for general public parking for the various uses that would be constructed in the downtown. They've also contemplated mobility options relative to the downtown loop. So you see they have dropout points for Uber. They fully are aware of the city circuit program. We are very proud of that program. We were able to kick it off free to the community on the Barrier Island due to a great partnership that we have with Florida Department of Communication. We fully expect to expand that program throughout the city over time as more development comes online. And of course, on the top right-hand corner, they are fully aware that we have a planned site for a commuter rail station just north of Atlantic Boulevard and Dixie Highway. Those discussions obviously are ongoing at the county level with Florida Department of Transportation, et cetera. In terms of multimodal transportation options, not just within the downtown, but the city has been really committed to looking at multimodal transport options in the city, not just macro options such as rail and the Broward County Transit System, but also circuit. We've been looking at trolleys, which are larger capacity. As you know, the circuit doesn't hold a lot of people, passengers. It only goes a mile or two. So we're looking for longer distances to basically go from the downtown to the beach, from the beach to the downtown, back to the AMP. So really connecting the eastern and western sides of the city. I did want to spend a little time on transportation and mobility because, as you're aware, the city hired Kimley Horn to prepare a master transportation plan for the city. And that's part of the city's strategic plan that the City Commission approved previously. Now, what we've also been working with is through the Pompano Beach Economic Development Council, a multimodal task force was formed. It's chaired by Ms. Carla Coleman. She's previous director of Urban Land Institute. So she's been working very closely. It's a committee of 12 folks made up of residents as well. And she's been she and the team has been an integral part of working with the consultant. They've already provided input, reports, they've met several times, and we fully expect to have additional input from them as the process continues. One of the things that we tasked Kimley Horn to look at is movement of traffic throughout the city, but we also want them to take a regional approach to it as well. There are a lot of partners out there. There's Broward County with their Primo plan. We have FDOT that's doing stuff. We have Metropolitan Planning Organization that's doing things related to this initiative. So we want them to kind of find out what everybody's doing to make it more of a comprehensive approach to how we solve and improve traffic flow throughout Pompano Beach and also regionally. Let's see here. Another thing that the city has been working on is there's a wayfinding committee, and the city has been hard at work on trying to come up with entryway signs that are consistent and have our branding on it, and also vehicular guides and pedestrian guides. You know, sometimes when you go to the mall, you'll see the sign that says you are here. I think those type of wayfinding initiatives will be a great part of our downtown to make sure we have great mobility of pedestrians and vehicles as they're coming in and out of our downtown. So what does this mean for the community? I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to Anyuan Tran, our CRA Director.
Good evening, everyone. This is very exciting time. We've been talking about this for many, many years, and we're finally here at a development agreement. We've been planning this for so long, and I think time for planning is over. There's nothing left to plan. Positive community impacts. You know, most downtowns, as most people think, are very dense, you know, very overcrowded. But this downtown is going to be designed with 9 acres of green space. That's very important because that doesn't make you feel like you're in this cramped area. This downtown is an opportunity for job creation, not only temporary, but also long-term permanent. Through this whole solicitation, we've always asked that, you know, we need office. We've been pushing for office because we know that the office environment brings more of the higher paying jobs. So we understand from the community that this isn't just, you know, labor jobs or hospitality jobs, but we were pushing for higher paying jobs. That's really what downtowns bring to a city. Restaurant, entertainment options. This is another destination. You know, Pompano is really on the map because on the east side you have the beach. On the west side you have the Isles Casino that's getting developed. This is smack dab in between. This is another opportunity and another venue for our residents and visitors to come. Family-friendly placemaking activities. We wanted the branding to be Pompano. Pompano is known as a family-friendly city, so we wanted to keep that branding the same. Substantial economic impact in terms of tax revenue. Downtowns are your heartbeat of all your cities, and downtowns really create that revenue that keeps cities afloat for many, many years to come. This one will do that. New community amenities, a water feature. You know, a lot of people ask, why do we do this? Why do we spend the money for this water feature? Well, water builds value. It brings a lot of value. But it's not just for the beauty of the water. It handles the drainage. So it does function as well as beauty and function. And one thing that wasn't on here is housing alternatives. We're providing additional housing to handle all the people that want to be here, that want to live here, that want to work here and also play here. Next slide really shows an opportunity to build generational wealth. That's very important. You know, some of this might include leveraging city or CRA resources for programs and partnerships. It's local contractors, subcontractor participation in this project. It's small business participation. A lot of people are afraid that, you know, look, this development, we can't be part of this. That's not true, because what we can do on the government side is work on those programs to get you to be part of this, to elevate our contractors to the next level. There are a lot of ways to do that. Educational and skills development opportunities. We've heard vocational schools, any of those VOTEC to help uplift the community. And also creation of permanent jobs. That's really important here. Also, there's inclusion of historical and cultural preservation. As part of this project, you see there's a proposal for a new Pat Larkin Center. That's something newer and better. You know, we're not going to leave it the way it is, but there's an opportunity here to make it newer and better. The last slide is really our wheel of opportunity, wheel of economic opportunity. In a downtown, as we develop the downtown, this is not overnight. This is a very transformative project, and all these sectors here, all these components that you see on this pie chart is really what is related to the downtown. There will be ongoing focus groups to help cultivate the culture, the public realm, the historic preservation of this area. Cultural tourism is very big. Wellness, real estate, money and finance, and technology. With all this is really an opportunity, and it's right here at our footsteps. So the next slide, where are we? Why do we need a city hall? I'm going to turn this over to Leanne Korst from CBRE.
Thank you, Nguyen. Leanne Korst with CBRE. So this next slide really speaks to the benefits of relocating City Hall to the new downtown. And it would be an anchor for the new downtown, but more importantly, it makes more efficient use of the city's land by reducing the city's footprint from the civic uses. And currently, your civic uses sit on about 6.6 acres. And by relocating to the west side of the new downtown, the city, based on the concept plan that Suzette showed you earlier, your civic uses would sit on 1.6. That's primarily achievable by the shared parking garage versus all the surface parking, for example, that you have now. So it accomplishes several things for the new downtown, and it creates a funding source to build a city hall. So this slide really focuses more on whether or not you need a new city hall. And in order to analyze not just the construction cost of a new facility, but the occupancy cost if you stay versus move, we engaged a team of professionals to look at the existing facility for both capacity and space utilization as well as condition. I think it's important also to point out that the population of the city in 1990 was 72,000 people, and the population today is over 112,000 people. So you've seen a 56% increase in the population, as well as an increase of the number of employees from 600 and some to over 1,100. So I think that speaks to the capacity of your current city hall versus the need for a new one. So the city hired an architect to take a look at the space utilization, and after interviewing departments and city employees, determined the space needed for current and future growth was an additional 42,000 square feet versus what you have today. So that 16,000 on the slide should actually be 42,250. In addition to that, we looked at your current operating expenses. We received information from your facilities team that really equates to a $15 per square foot cost to occupy this building versus a new, more modern and efficient building, which translates to $1.1 million a year in cost avoidance by moving, just in operating expenses. An engineering firm was also engaged to take a look at the current condition of this building along with consulting with your building official. And the engineering firm uncovered $18.1 million in both short-term and capital improvement needs that are needed to the current building. That's not interior modernization at all. That's your building systems, roof, windows, HVAC, plumbing, that sort of thing. So to renovate the existing building, your building official estimates it's about $650 a square foot to renovate the 73,000 square feet that the City Hall currently is. And importantly, this building doesn't comply with FEMA regulations and the city's own floodplain ordinance. And once you start to modernize the interiors and renovate, it also triggers ADA upgrades that would be required, adding significant cost. One other benefit is centralized government services in a new facility versus decentralized currently. Not all of the city employees come to work in this building. There are leases and there are other locations that the city maintains. And you're taking a proactive approach to replacing City Hall versus what some of your neighbors have unfortunately experienced with flooding that caused them to vacate their City Hall rather than doing so on a proactive basis. So the bottom line, when you look at, again, not just construction cost of a new facility, but occupancy costs. Occupancy costs include the operating expenses, the cost of temporary space. For example, if you were to renovate the current building, it will cost you more on an MPV basis over 30 years to stay in this facility versus to move to a new facility. And with that, I will turn it back over to Suzette.
Thank you, Leanne. So what is the economic impact of this project? So you heard earlier the proposed downtown, how the proposed downtown will improve the quality of life of our residents, and we full-heartedly believe that. But we're also interested in the economics of the project, right? We want to ensure that what we're doing is ultimately going to transform that blighted area, like I stated earlier, that's currently generating a few $100,000 in taxes per year into millions of dollars to the city and CRE in perpetuity. So one of the things that we wanted to do is we wanted to get an economic and fiscal impact analysis study done. And this is common for large development projects, but we certainly didn't, I'm certainly not qualified to do it, and if I tried to do it, I don't think it would lend credibility to the process. So what we did is we hired Florida economic advisors. Dr. Chris Jones has 30 years of experience doing these types of economic and fiscal analysis studies, and we hired him to take a look at this development. And again, we wanted to lend credibility to the process. We wanted to have an independent source calculate these economic indicators for the City Commission's consideration and for the public's consideration. So they went ahead and they reviewed the 4.2 million square feet of uses that's being proposed by Roca Point currently. Again, as we said earlier, it's a $2 billion downtown project, 4.2 million square feet proposed currently. After build out, we anticipate that the project will generate $3.3 million in park impact fees, so we're able to basically invest in new and enhanced recreation spaces for the city from those funds. Also, we anticipate that the project, remember I said it currently only generates that core downtown area about a few $100,000 a year. We anticipate that at build out, this project is going to generate $42.4 million from the major taxing districts in the county. So that's the city, that's the county, that's the school district, and that's North Broward Hospital District. For the schools, it's between an $11 and $12 million per year that's anticipated for this project to generate. In addition, we anticipate $447 million in spin-off business revenues. So what do I mean by that? So currently, what the report says is that when all the businesses are built in the downtown, those businesses themselves would generate about $500+ million. What those businesses are going to then do, they'll have an indirect impact on suppliers who supply goods and services to, say, the hotel, who needs to now operate. So there's an opportunity for our local businesses to participate in supplying those goods and services that the uses within the downtown will need. And it's estimated that they're going to have a need of about $447 million at full build out. In addition, it's estimated recurring annual jobs of about 3,080, as well as 5,752 construction jobs that would be created, so temporary jobs during construction. That equates to a $1.4 billion construction spend. Again, another great opportunity for local contractors and subcontractors here in the city. Nguyen talked a little bit about occlusion earlier, so we fully are going to coordinate with Roca Point and their end operators to ensure that during construction of their projects, there's sufficient outreach, and as long as subcontractors, contractors are qualified, they're licensed, they're insured, et cetera, we'll be able to work with them and ensure that they're on the front lines to be considered for those jobs. Another thing that we've been talking about, we understand, but for certain segments of the community, there are barriers, right? Folks don't know how to get licensed, they don't know how to get insured. For small business participation, maybe they need help with credit counseling. We're going to work with our nonprofit partners to bring those resources into Pompano Beach. Again, this is a 10-year development cycle, so there's time to kind of ramp up and get people prepared to take advantage of all the opportunities that this project is going to create. Ultimately, at build out, we anticipate this project is going to have a greater than $1 billion annual economic output. And that considers the revenues from the businesses, the spin-off revenues for businesses, as well as potential earnings and wages for employees that all of these businesses would then hire. So there's definitely a lot of room for upward mobility, for folks to get employed, for higher wages, and also, again, as I stated, upward mobility. Who's responsible for what? So Roca Point obligations under this development agreement. So we currently do not, the CRA does not own all of the parcels in the master concept plan. So one of the first things that Roca Point will be tasked with is to going out and try to acquire those and purchase those parcels. Second, they will be required to conduct community outreach. We've discussed that previously this evening. We talked about public input in designing the E.Pat Larkin Center, and there'll also be input for the other civic buildings in the project. So there will be a lot of community outreach also through the job fairs, et cetera, that I talked about earlier. Roca Point will also be financing the cost of design and construction of the civic buildings on behalf of the city. So the city wouldn't be directly issuing that obligation, that debt. Roca Point would be issuing the debt, and then they would turn around, design, construct the facility, and turn the keys over to the city, and we would make a lease payment to them over a 30-year term. And at the end of that lease term, the city would take title to those facilities. That's no different than how we financed this existing City Hall facility when we did that back in 1990. They are also responsible for designing, permit, and construction of both of the civic buildings as well as the infrastructure for the project. Now, the most important thing here, we're hiring them to design, permit, and construct our civic buildings, but that's not really the real reason we're hiring them. We want them to do that because it lends itself to a more comprehensive project if we have one developer with complete site control for the site. But what we're really engaging them to do is for their expertise. They're going to get the pads ready for resale. They're going to put the infrastructure in first, and we want them to go out and market those pads. And we want end developers and operators to purchase the pads, develop the vertical construction, and that's really what we have our eye on, right? All of this is great, the land sales are great, and I'll talk about that later, but what we're really looking at is transforming this area that's blighted, not generating any taxes right now, and generating those millions of dollars I talked about earlier in perpetuity for the city and CRA. And finally, they're tasked with working with the city CRA on opportunities for inclusion, as was discussed earlier. City and CRA obligations, we are obligated to assist in acquisition of the additional parcels. We also are required to timely approve proposed designs for the civic buildings and infrastructure. Now, all of the design plans related to the civic buildings will come back to the City Commission for approval at a future date as we move through that process, so you'll get to see those design plans as we progress. We're also responsible for facilitating government approvals, so we don't want to hold that up, right, because it's critical to the process. They'll also be working with the city to negotiate with Broward County for the land exchange. So let me explain that a little bit, because it's the first time it's in the presentation. So the county currently owns a site on Atlantic Boulevard and 6th Avenue. One of the buildings is currently occupied by Broward Health, and they provide critical services to the community, and we fully recognize that. However, we don't feel like that use is compatible to the planned uses in the downtown. So what we're in discussions now with Broward County and Broward Health, because what we're proposing is to do a swap with them. We would locate them, vacant land that the city and CRA owns. We looked at the land owned by the city up at the Annie Weaver Center. Broward Health currently provides some services at that facility, so the idea where we thought it would be beneficial is for them to consolidate all their services in one location. What we're proposing is we swap the land, and then the city would then design and construct a new facility, and we would share in the cost of that facility 50-50, and it would be paid for from the new tax increment that the downtown would generate. So that's kind of what we've been talking to them about. Currently, discussions are ongoing, and we'll continue to have those progressive conversations with the county and Broward Health to hopefully realize that. The idea is to free up that site for development within our downtown. We are going to timely execute all documents, of course, and make all payments required under the development agreement. So costs and profit sharing in the transaction. So I just wanted to highlight, this is a long-term project. It's a 10-year investment for the city, but it's also a 10-year investment of resources and time for Roca Point. You know, we got them to come to the table. This is a challenging site. As you all know, it's not the beach, right? The beach was an easier asset to sell. This is a severely blighted area. They've come to the table. They've seen the commitment of this commission and the CRA board. They've seen the commitment of staff to the process. So they're going to be investing a lot of time and effort and over the long haul, right, to get those pads ready for resale. So the first compensation that they're entitled to is a 5% development fee. Now that will be calculated on 5% of what it costs to design and construct the civic buildings as well as the infrastructure for the project. And that right now is estimated at about $8.7 million. Roca Point is also entitled to a performance payment. It's 15% of the cost of the civic buildings, and that's estimated right now based on estimated costs for the civic buildings at about $15 million. Now that's broken up into two tranches. The first 1/3 of that payment would be due to Roca Point once they design, construct, and turn over the keys to the civic buildings to the city, and we occupy that facility. The other 2/3 they would not get until such time as they start to install the infrastructure for the pads. Because remember what I said previously, we want to incentivize them to not only move quickly, but our end game is to get those pads ready for resale to those end developers to construct on the site and to get all of that new ad valorem and tax increment revenues rolling in for the city. And it's not just tax increment and ad valorem, it's the sales and use taxes, franchise fees, all of these other revenues that we would have coming into the city's general fund. Finally, we have something we've been referring to as the waterfall. So what this means is the CRA currently owns land. Roca Point is tasked with going out to acquire additional parcels. Once we've said we've acquired all we can acquire, right, those parcels are now ready to be developed. They're going to install the infrastructure into the parcels, and they're going to be tasked with going out and trying to sell the pads. Now, what's anticipated is that over time, as they're getting new developers to come online and they build one pad or two pads, the parcels are going to appreciate in value over time. That's the expectation. The city and CRA and Roca Point are going to share in those land sales. And what you see on the screen are the different tranches. So for the first batch of land sales, the city would get 90% of the proceeds and Roca Point would get 10%. Second batch, 75% city CRA and 25% to the developer, Roca Point. And finally, the last batch of sales, we would split 50-50. The reason we designed this percentage allocation accordingly is we want to incentivize Roca Point to stay at the table, right? As you can see, we take out the land proceeds sooner than they get to reap the benefits of the appreciation in those land sales over time. So the way it's designed is we're going to take off the top the larger portions of those land sale and so on and so on. What we're estimating, based on current estimates, is that the city CRA would realize $107 million from the land sales over time, and Roca Point would realize about $52 million related to the land sales. How is the project funded? So the next two slides, what I want to highlight here, without getting too much into the weeds, is the importance of just stating that we work very hard. I mean, the slide looks very simple for presentation purposes, but we put a lot of time and effort in designing a funding mechanism and plan for the CRA investments and the city investments related to the project. And what we wanted to ensure is that the project was self-sustaining over time. So what that means is that existing cash that we have on hand, land sales, existing tax increment, and all the revenues that this downtown is going to generate over time would be put towards paying our obligations related to these investments. So the first slide is speaking to the CRA's funding plan. So the CRA is required to make 3 investments. Land acquisition, like I talked about previously. They're required to fund the infrastructure, public infrastructure related to the site, as well as funding some of the public parking needs for the site. We estimate right now that's about $102.5 million. There's some contingency baked in there, primarily because of the infrastructure. You know, that's something that we have to go out and do, and we just want to make sure that we're fully prepared for anything that comes to light as we're moving through that process. In terms of repayment sources, the CRA currently has cash on hand that they had committed previously that they would be utilizing to assist in funding those investments. They would partake in some of the land sales. So some of the land sales that would be realized that I discussed on the previous slide would also be utilized. And finally, We do anticipate issuing a new tax increment bond, not to exceed the $65 million needed for infrastructure. They would be, in terms of amortizing that debt service through the end of life of the CRA 2049, they would be utilize existing capacity and tax increment that they have to make those annual debt service payments. On the city's side of the ledger, our required investments, City Hall, parking garage, and a new EPAT Larkin Center. Current estimates has that at about $103 million. And our repayment sources are cash on hand. We do have some cash put aside to be utilized for the building department's pro rata share of the City Hall and the garage. Land sales, as discussed previously, all of the new revenues, some of the new revenues created by the downtown. And as Leanne mentioned lately, we anticipate some operational savings by getting out of this aging City Hall facility into a brand new, more efficient facility that's going to significantly reduce our operating expenses. She also talked about some of the deferred capital investments that we've been deferring related to this aging facility, that if we had to spend those expenses, it would be about $18 million. So we're recognizing that in this equation. What governs this project and when does it start? I'm going to turn it over to Eric Singer with Bills and Sundberg.
Thank you, Suzette. Eric Singer with Bills and Sundberg. So I'm just going to
Pull that up a little bit.
I'm just going to adjust this mic and then briefly explain the agreements that are before you in tonight's agenda. So this project will be governed by 4 different agreements. I'm going to start with the last one on this list, which is the simplest, and that's the interlocal agreement between the city and the CRA, essentially just governing that the 2 of those entities are going to cooperate in the delivery of this project. At the top of this list is the Master Development Agreement, or what we refer to as the MDA. That's really the constitution, the governing document of this entire project over a 20-year term. And there are 3 main functions governed by the MDA. First is the potential acquisition of additional properties to enhance the master plan. Second is the design and construction of what we refer to as the Master Infrastructure Project, which is the water feature, traffic improvements, underground infrastructure improvements, all of the infrastructure that's required to support the vertical development of the master plan. And then finally, once the infrastructure project is delivered, the third function is the sale of the development sites for the vertical development of the master plan. Second, there will be ground leases for each of the civic projects. And essentially, the city, as the owner of the property, will lease the land to Roca Point as developer for purposes of financing and constructing each of the 3 government facilities. And then finally, for each of those 3 civic buildings, there will also be a build-to-suit sublease, which governs the design and construction of the civic buildings, which will then be leased back to the city for the financing term. At the end of the financing term, the city owns both the land and the building. So as Suzette mentioned earlier, this is purely a financing mechanism, very similar in structure to how the current City Hall was financed. Next. So there's a lot of color on this timeline, a lot of detail. I'll just say at a high level, you'll note that there are a lot of work streams happening simultaneously. I mentioned previously the 3 functions of the MDA, the acquisition of property, the design and delivery of the infrastructure, and the sale of the parcels for vertical development. To the greatest extent possible, those things are going to happen simultaneously in order to deliver the project as quickly as possible. And so you'll see that generally the civic building should start construction in around 2 years, and the infrastructure project should start construction in around 3 years. So that's the overall development timeline, and I will turn it back to Suzette.
Thank you, Eric. Where do we go from here? So moving forward, assuming that the City Commission and CRA Board approves the agreements. They'll be presented before you in a few minutes. What we're looking for is, going forward, there will be quarterly updates, reports provided to both the CRA and City Commission relative to the progress in the downtown. On a semi-annual basis, Roca Point will come and make a public presentation to give a status update on the project and what has been accomplished in the previous months. The city will be launching a new website, downtownpompanobeach.org. That will be a one-stop place for residents, the commission, to get information on the project as it progresses. We will provide updates in the city's newsletter. There is also an email address that is, I think it exists from when we started this process a year ago, but it's info@downtownpompanobeach.org. So that provides an opportunity. You can certainly reach out to city officials if you have questions, but certainly if your preference is to send an email, ask a question, provide input that way, that opportunity will be provided. And finally, the developer will provide a live webcam during construction, and there will be a link on the city's website to access. Next steps, assuming approval and execution of the agreement. So as we mentioned earlier, the most important task is for Roca Point to go out and try to acquire additional parcels that will allow them to finalize the master plan. It might be revised depending on how many parcels we're able to acquire, additional parcels. They will be participating in the negotiations with Broward County relative to their site that they own on Atlantic Boulevard and 6th Avenue. They're going to begin their redevelopment efforts related to the site. They're going to finalize the financing on behalf of the city for the civic buildings, as discussed earlier. We'll be executing those documents that Eric just described to you relative to those civic buildings. There will be a traffic study performed relative to the development itself. Of course, we already talked that Kimberly Horn, or consultant for the city, is contemplating that development because they're looking at growth as they're making recommendations to the city. But there will be a specific traffic study for such a large development, and that will go through a development services department. They will complete the infrastructure plan for phase one. So when we say phase one, it could be east and west of 6th Avenue. That's kind of how we've been defining phase one, phase two, potentially, depending on what we own and what's ready to go in terms of the parcels out there. They're going to design and obtain approval of the civic buildings. As I stated earlier, those designs will come back to the City Commission for consideration and approval at a future date. And we will work with them closely to finalize our feasibility studies relative to placemaking, which I talked about earlier. With that, I'll turn things back over to Ms. McKenna.
Thank you, Suzette, and thank you to the team. So as you can see, we've gone from 1988 to June 20, 2024. And we are about to present to the City Commission and the CRA the Master Development Agreement and the Interlocal Agreement for downtown Pompano Beach. And Mayor, at this time, it's appropriate to recess this meeting and call the CRA meeting.
Very good. All right. Then we will go ahead and recess this meeting, and then we will commence the special meeting as Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, Thursday, June 20th, 2024 at 6:50. Very good. And that takes us up to our considerations. Item 1 is a resolution.
A resolution of the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency approving and authorizing the proper officials to execute the Pompano Beach Downtown Public-Private Development Agreement between the CRA, the City of Pompano Beach, and RP Pompano LLC, an affiliate of Roca Point Partners LLC, for development of the city's downtown, together with all documents necessary to effectuate the agreement, identifying the project boundaries, establishing a project budget, delegating authority to the CRA Executive Director/City Manager, authorizing funding from all available sources, including increment revenues and issuance of bonds, authorizing intragovernmental transfers of properties between the CRA and the city, and authorizing finalization of an agreement with Broward County to swap land in the project area for properties owned by the city and the CRA, and construction of a new county facility, providing an effective date and for other purposes. And Mayor, at this time, I would like to ask the CRA Secretary to please include the presentation from the special joint meeting in our record for these items.
Very good. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Let's see, Ms. Sybil, anything further at this point?
No, Mayor, nothing further.
Very good. And the presentation, as Ms. McKenna just mentioned, is brought over from the presentation portion to be included in this meeting. Okay, at this point in time, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. This is a public meeting. Please come forward and just give your name and address to the record. Keep your comments to 3 minutes, and let's talk about it. All right. The exciting prospect.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins?
Yeah, there was a sign-in sheet outside for those I thought that wanted to speak.
Yeah, no, Ms. Commissioner, we're not using a sign-in sheet. It's just open to the public comment.
Okay.
This isn't like audience to be heard.
Okay.
Everybody will have a chance.
But what was the purpose of the sign-in sheet outside in the lobby?
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Kervin.
No, it's just the purpose for the sign-in sheet is just for the purpose for the minutes, so that I can accurately reference the names in the minutes. That's the only purpose for the sign-in sheet.
Okay. Well, I think a lot of people misunderstood that, was thinking that when they signed it, that was for speaking. So,
Yeah, well, and that's why I made that announcement at
Okay.
the beginning of the presentation, that everybody was going to have an opportunity to speak. There's no need to sign in whatsoever.
well, they've already done that, but thank you.
Yep, very good. Go ahead, sir. Just name and address.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. My name is Bob Swindell. I'm President and CEO of the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance. We're the economic development organization for Broward County and the 31 municipalities that make up Broward County. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you all tonight. I just want to thank you, Mayor Hardin and Earl Bosworth and Jeannie McIntyre for hosting our board last April at your Performing Arts Center. It was great to have the 85 members of the Alliance Board here in Pompano Beach. A lot of comments about what's going on in Pompano. So you are well thought of among the business community and the work you've done on the beach, and we look forward to seeing what's going on in downtown. I think what you've crafted here with the master developer is spot on with what companies are looking for. Every week we talk to companies making location decisions, and what are the key drivers for those decisions? Well, the first one is talent, both attracting and retaining talent. Talent's looking for work environments where they can walkability, there's a sense of place. The elements that your team has described tonight in this plan represent a lot of what employers are looking for when they choose a new location, unless you're purely industrial, and that would be obviously a different search process. Second thing is cost of occupancy. So, that's a driver as well, and I think you'll be attractive and competitive in Pompano Beach for those projects. And third is education. And while we see education continually to improve in Broward, we have a ways to go, but we will continue working on that as well. I just came back from Boston this week. It was the second time I visited the Boston Seaport. And when I talked to the developer of that plan and asked them what their methodology was, your plan reflects so much of what they did in Boston in the Seaport District. It was an area of dilapidated warehouses, surface parking. They totally recreated it. They brought in a master developer, as you were thinking about doing tonight. They curated the tenants, made sure that retail and restaurants were compatible. They spent a lot of time focused on programming. Programming has to be authentic and feel organic, but it doesn't happen by accident. So you need a team of people that are thinking about cultural amenities and what drives people to be in a community and have that sense of place. And I heard that referenced a few times tonight. I think you have a great program that you're going to be talking about tonight with your residents. The Alliance fully supports and will be happy to promote and market what you're doing here in Pompano. We hope that you will support this effort, and again, we're here to help any way that we can.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. Man, they're good, and I have concerns. I think that if this is going to happen, then I'd like to ask a couple of questions or at least interject a couple of thoughts. First of all, I heard something about a traffic study. Well, when you get a traffic study, what are you going to do when you get the traffic study? Around here, it's just paper. That's one thing. I hadn't heard anything, or I'd like for you to consider height restrictions, because for a while there was 105 feet, 110 feet, something to that effect. It seems that when you have CRAs, there seems to be some flexibility in terms of how high they can go. For a long time, we heard double talk, mouth speak about vocational training, which never really happened. in our neighborhood. And it's in the contract or the verbiage for CRAs to have vocational training, but we never see vocational training. Community benefit. This city for a long time has worked at or talked about community benefit. We've also talked about giving incentives to folks who live here. I am not certain if that has been interjected. We'd like to see more of that. We also talked about the spirit of inclusion. You're talking about that, and I like that. But the spirit of inclusion is when you can set some goals. We can't do set-asides, but we'd like to see 15% interjected somewhere about hiring African Americans. And I don't mean any harm. I don't want to say minorities. I want to say African American, black folks who live here. We've had a problem with that. Too much is going on up in here, too much money. I've heard about the amount of money that getting to be spent here. Someone has to tell us, and I think there's some capable people up here, how much is this going to increase our taxes? Because believe me, by golly, taxes are going to be increased based on what I've seen here. The other part here, we need to understand, I don't know how y'all digest all of this information here tonight so quickly. I'd like to see at some point in time, when y'all finish this, you come out to our neighborhoods and talk about this. Now, there's one part that really, really bothers me. I stay in Kendall Lakes. I've stayed there since 1989. And this community swap where you're going to put the medical facility in the Kendall Lakes area, no one ever mentioned that to the people who live in that neighborhood. And I must tell you, Mary, that based on the history of this community, this city, at some point in time in other areas, those neighborhoods would have been contacted. So there's so much I need to say. I can't say because you're going to buzz me off. But at some point in time, Mayor, the things I've said, please interject that to Rocco. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. But inclusion should not just be a word. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Pam Hightower, 3017 Northwest 2nd Street. I just have a brief, and I'm going to turn it over to my co-person. To the lady that spoke earlier, yes, there are a lot of issues on north of Atlantic Avenue. I live there, and I dream, and I live it every single day. Maybe it's because it's been so neglected for so many years. So how about with your beautiful presentation and attitude that you think about us and that area before you start making decisions about people's lives? Because there are people there who have been there all their lives and haven't gotten the opportunity they need to bring themselves up. We have lack of training. We have lack of job opportunities for our youth. So what are they supposed to do? But instead of you beautifying the city, make it better for everyone, not just for some.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Naima Bazikli. I live on 3021 Northwest 2nd Street. I made a list of points for here today because I've been analyzing everything that's been going on, and I just have a lot of grievances. Public spaces are great. City walkability, being able to feel welcome in the space that you're in. Cool vibe, warm welcome. But places to live will be better. What about affordable housing for the people who live here? There are 3,120 units being built, but it says right here in this agenda that you've given us that the maximum lease affordability cap is $12 million per year. That doesn't sound very affordable to me. New City Hall, $71 million. And you're saying that the City Hall that we have right now, that's 34 years old, is failing, is old? Can't you use the $71 to be able to put yourselves in compliance with FEMA and with the flood standards that we have here in Pompano Beach? That could pay for 30 years of...
Excuse me, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause to yourself. We need to be able to hear the speakers. Thank you. I know we're all excited about this, but let the speakers speak. Thank you.
Yep, but for the square footage costs, that could pay for the square footage costs. It's almost $2 million of square footage costs right now. Even if it could cost less in the future, you could use that $71 million to pay the square footage costs for about 30 years, according to my estimations. It's $2 million, so 71, maybe even over 30 years, maybe 35. Parking lots could be space for affordable housing, not cars. Another thing about vagrancy. there's a reason why there's vagrancy. It is crime out of desperation. This area needs, again, more affordable housing. People are homeless on the streets with nothing to eat, nothing to drink. They need those spaces for themselves. They need community programs to have more funding in them to be able to lift them up from where they are. It's crime out of desperation, and it's not fair to paint the area as an area of vagrancy when it is the city that is failing to promote these programs for people. The Community Redevelopment Agency, it isn't redeveloping community. Community is people, not places. And this is not for the people of Pompano. I can't think of a single person here who will be able to afford, like the other person who spoke before me said, the property taxes being raised. To spend $71 million for a new city hall for one that was just built 30 years ago? I don't think so. And who would this bring value for? Not for the people here. Not for the people here. It would bring value for the rich. It would bring value for people to come in and pay for these luxurious units, these multifamily housing units with a cap of $12 million. Can you afford $12 million a year? I don't think so. I don't think so. So this would bring in new residents, but not the residents of people who've been here all their lives. And with the economic impact, whose quality of life is being improved? I hear talk about quality of life. Not of the average citizen of Pompano. You can build pretty things and make sure that you have this beautiful community for you to look out upon in your new city hall looking out at what you've created. But the city of Pompano Beach would not be able to enjoy that same view because they're living in these underdeveloped areas while you have an overdeveloped area that is simply well, I've cut off for time, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, appreciate it.
This needs to change.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Marlo Moreland, 445 Southwest 2nd Street. I'm really offended. We've been here begging for how many years for help with what was referred to tonight as a high crime area, right? We've been begging for help, and we don't get any help. We have been asking, where is this police department, this little police department in Kaya City? I love when people call it Collier City. We call it Kaya City. Why hasn't it been built? Where is it? We can't get it. I can't imagine that thing costs more than $40,000, $50,000 to build. But we're here presenting a $70 million new city hall. This place is beautiful. We don't need a new city hall. We need our kids to stop being killed. That's what we need. We were told it's a high crime area. We need answers to that. What are the answers? The answers are to come in and build Las Vegas? Because we've got current business owners, current homeowners, not renters, homeowners that ask for help when they're walking over dead bodies. And the business owners are walking over homeless drug addicts to get into their current businesses. There's no answers for that. I don't understand. And now we're saying that we're going to bring in this big developer who's going to build Las Vegas, and what? Can I ask, what is it going to do for the current community here? I've been to every meeting. In those meetings, we've been promised the Pat Larkin Center will not be touched. It will not be moved. We've been promised, okay, that the cities, the historic city that the black people in this community, this district built, would be preserved. I didn't hear one thing in that presentation. Did you guys? Not one thing. What I heard was money, 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 money. That's what I heard. If you guys vote for this, I promise this is an election season. We're here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Guys, I'm okay with it. I can focus.
Well, I need to be able to hear you.
Oh, okay.
So do we. Thank you.
We will be out there. We will be out there. And there are people that look like me now that are watching. I promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, ma'am. Next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rodney Baltimore, P.O. Box 122215. I'm a resident of Fort Lauderdale, as also a broadcaster. My concern is that since 1988, the world has changed, especially Pompano Beach. I'm a big advocate of gentrification. I have a shirt on the workshop that we did with communities, and I'll name them off since people can't see the front of the shirt. Places like Foster Road in Hallandale, Dania Beach with Dania Point, the new development in Hollywood, Pearl City up in Boca now that they have the Bright Line near Overtown in Miami, Coconut Grove. Most of these black communities have been displaced, and it's just a slight when you say these are blighted areas. These are some very good, hardworking people, and I think we need to use better verbiage in describing these areas that people live in. I think the MDA should be revisited. I think Ms. Sybil and Mr. Tron, they did a nice presentation, but there's more. As you see, these are black, brown, and working class white individuals have the same concern about the future of what you're doing that's going to last. Perhaps some of us won't be here in 10 and 12 years, so please reconsider and do this slowly, but do it right. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rod Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street. Suzette, my question to you, Suzette, right?
Go ahead, Mr. Phillips.
You were talking about all these task force, but some of the task force that you didn't talk about was a task force to help with the homeless situation in that corridor that you building. You're not going to dislocate the homeless people because you don't talk about it. People don't see. The truth hurts. My thing is truth hurts, everybody. Nobody want to hear the truth. But you don't talk about the homeless people because you don't see the homeless people. And you talk about new downtown. I say the new downtown will bring new homelessness, new drug abuse, and new mentally ill people. That's what it's going to bring. You're going to bring a new set of folks to northwest section that we already don't have. Boca Point, LLC, they don't. The homeless don't live in Boca. They come to Pompano. Either you bring them here, but it sounds real good. Boca LLC. I don't have anything to do with innovation, and I don't have anything to do with the development. What I want you to do is go back and tell them billionaire developers you got that they need to form a task force for the homeless, a task force for the to find out what businesses on MLK Boulevard you're going to affect and maybe run out of business with all this development. You're not concerned about those folks, but you're concerned about that mean green. One thing I could say, the city commissioners, everybody that's well off, there's a set of people that don't know anything or understand what you are saying. But there are a set of people that do know what you're saying. You're going to come in and dislocate everybody that got a residence over in that corridor, and you're not going to compensate them. That's being mean-spirited, and it's being nasty, dirty, and low down. Because the people that's living over there, they need to be compensated when you get them up out of their houses where they can barely afford to live. And then if they become homeless, what you gonna do? Job well done. Now who gonna clean it up? I'll go home in my house and I'm not worried about it. Ms. Suzette, go back and tell your billionaire developers, create a task force for the homeless, a task force for the business, and a task force for the people that you're going to put out their houses. Please do that for me. My name is Rod Phillips, and I love my city.
Very good, very good. Just before the next speaker speaks, Ms. Sybil, thank you, Mr. Phillips, appreciate it. Ms. Sybil, can you touch on relocation policy? Because the area we're talking about is bounded by Atlantic Boulevard, north to MLK, and Dixie Highway, west to I-95. So it's in that area. We're not talking about the single-family homes section north of MLK. We're talking about that rectangle, correct?
Correct. New and Trans CRA Director.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Yes, so Northwest CRA does have a relocation policy. It's effective in the entire Northwest CRA. It applies to properties that are rentals mainly for either, if the displacement is because of redevelopment, then we do have a redevelopment relocation policy that is pretty good. The Northwest Advisory Committee helped form that, and also the CRA board approved it. So it does have a relocation policy that we help move, we help look for compatible residences, local first, and really wherever they want to move. They also pay first, last, and security deposit, and also the difference in what they are paying currently to where the new place is for a whole year. So,
But if anybody doesn't want to sell their property, I mean, I know there's a couple of apartment buildings in that area, and there's maybe a few single-family homes somewhere, but if anybody doesn't want to sell, they don't have to sell, right?
No, so
No.
in our negotiations in selecting this master developer, the master developer has said that they would not have been involved in this project if they couldn't have kick-started and started without any additional properties. As you know, the CRA does own quite a bit to start the project. They don't need the additional properties. That's why when Ms. Sybil was explaining the acquisition, we'll go out there with the developer to try to acquire as many as we can to enhance the project. And remember that key word is enhance. We don't need additional properties to start this project. Ideally, when you look at that waterway system and it's linear, it doesn't have to be linear. It could meander, and meandering might be good as well. But as the developer said, they would have never gotten involved in this project if they didn't have enough to start it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was clear for the folks here that, okay, we've got a relocation policy, and also nobody is being forced to sell anything. So nobody's being thrown out of their homes. That's not happening. Thank you. I just want to get that on the record because of some comments that were made. Thank you. We'll continue with public input.
Good evening. My name is Carla Coleman. I live at 2631 Northeast 23rd Street, Pompano Beach. As a more than 40-year resident and owner here in Pompano Beach, I come here tonight to ask you to support this project. Cities are living, breathing entities. They either move forward or they fall back. There is no staying where you are. This is a 40-year plan to move us forward in a way that will keep property taxes from going up. That plan is not contingent on raising property taxes. The intricate financing there is to keep this kind of development in a positive light without raising surrounding property taxes to pay for it. But more than that, it is a vision that we have all, or most of us, have had opportunity, whether we've taken it or not, to talk about with you before. This is the third leg of a stool. We have the beach, we have Live coming online. This is the third leg. It is a visionary, well thought out plan, and I hope you will support it tonight. It's not without the kinds of issues we've heard here tonight. Those issues are going to exist whether we do this or not. So we need to move forward with a way to address them as we accomplish this magnificent, life-changing project for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Tundra King, and I'm going to, in keeping with Juneteenth, the issue with Juneteenth was obviously people didn't get the information. The problem with this project is a lot of information hasn't gotten to the people that is probably going to impact the most. So we stand here tonight to talk about, again, what I've mentioned so many times here, putting a project on top of people. You cannot ignore people and just keep building on top of us and not address our issues. If we don't patrol on the beach, and if we put the homeless shelter on the beach, and if we put the jail on the beach, guess what? It'll be slum and blight as well. So you have to please take those things in mind. We've asked everybody on this commission to go by the Blunt Road and see 20 and 30 people sometimes lying on the sidewalk daily. And we drive by them, but we say we have to move forward with projects. No, we can't. Let's tell people they care. Let's offer them an opportunity to find somewhere to reside. Our schools are in deplorable conditions, but we're building this project. Nowhere, I mean, I saw some stuff about schools, but our schools are on the brinks of closing. I didn't see any one of you go down to the meeting at the school board to say, come. I saw Commissioner Perkins on one occasion. None of you came down there to say, let's help our schools. Our babies are still walking, carrying their lunch every day, but we're building a project. My issue isn't with Roker Point. I don't know them. They seem like a great professional company. My issue is with the people that sit on this dais that we trust. And it's a slap in the face to us for you to keep saying, Suzanne said it, I've heard it mentioned a plethora of times, that it's slum and blight. It's that way because you haven't done your job. It's that way. We've come to you so many times and say, hey, what are we doing with BSO? We want to work with them. We want to affect change in our community. I don't want my mom, she can't even sit on her garage at night because I don't know who's going to come by there shooting. How many unsolved homicides we have? You don't have that information. We've come to you all time and time again. So it's not so much I'm against the project, but I'm against all the other things that haven't been done prior to the project. If you know this project was going to move forth, and if you know this is what you all wanted, I think you should have put some other things in place to protect us and keep us safe prior to this project taking place. And I channel my inner ancestors to speak on their behalf.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Alexander. I'm a 70-year resident of Pompano Beach. Where you sit now used to be the Pompano Beach jailhouse. Okay? That's progress. Now, I see us making progress, but like the lady said, the beach. It's always about the beach. It's always about the northeast section. It's all about downtown. Downtown where? Pompano? Come on, let's get real. And I've seen you, every one of you before. I've seen you. Over my 70-year period of time, I've seen you. And it's all about money. You don't give a damn about over there on the northwest section. People laying, like the young lady said, people laying on the street. Every time I go to a bus bench, it's ridiculous. In my neighborhood, how you let people sit on these bus benches and they got camps behind the bus benches. I'm even scared to go to stroke myself. I'm 77 years old. And it's taking a toll on me. In my neighborhood now, I live in Settlers Park. All of a sudden, and I don't have a problem with it, I do have a problem with it in a way, because all of a sudden now, what used to be black has become Hispanic. It's all Hispanic. Now, I want to know who downtown sending all these people over there, Hispanic people, to buy up these black folks' property. You need to think about what you're doing, okay? But I came through school with Hispanic kids. Okay, one of my best friends was Hispanic, come out of the Pompano Project. But it's something happening downtown in Redevelopment and E-Pat Lockins. I have a problem with you moving E-Pat Lockins. You costing people money. What about adding on to E-Pat Lockins instead of moving it? You got enough land between 6th Avenue and 3rd to put anything you want on there and hook it up with E-Pat Lockins. You can do that. But you want, you're trying to do something that gonna cost some money in Pompano. You're gonna cost us money, taxpayers' money. You're gonna cost us money in the elevator. Lady got a good plan. Yes, you got a good plan. But stop posting things down black folks' family, especially the northwest area. The northwest, and then you talk about affordable houses. Hell, I called him in. I can't even get in contact with him from my friend. My friend is a diabetic, got heart problems. And when I called him in about talking about affordable houses, deep. All I do is get a buzz sound. I leave a message. I leave a message for him to call me. Give me a call, sir. I'm done, but give me a call, sir. Answer me, just answer me. Don't put me up there like I'm an idiot or something, or I'm dumb. Just call me back and respond to the phone call that I have given you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hope y'all make the right decision, too.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Wayne Vereen, 2420 Northwest 7th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. While I stand, I give honor to everyone that's on the diocese. I just want to say that I listen and I look at the plan that's being brought to our wonderful city. It's a beautiful plan, but I'm standing here to say that give our people, give our black leaders, no disrespect to no other race in this room, but I live in this community, and I done said this many times and many times before. We're asking you to give us a seat at the table. I know a lot of black leaders in here. I know Beverly Perkins, I know Ed Phillips, I know Perry Thurston, I know a lot of good people, Dale Holness, a lot of good people. We're asking you to give us a seat at the table. Give us a seat at the table the same way y'all gave these other private developers the seat at the table to be able to come and make a decision. We're asking you to listen to the people that's in our community. Don't forget about the black people. I love white, I love Hispanic, I love everyone. I have nothing against no other race. But when I sit and I look at what's going on in our community, it done been said, homelessness, protection, policemen. We need housing development. Why build around us when our community is sinking? We asking you to give us a seat at the table. Give the black leaders that know what this community needs. We asking you to give us a seat at the table so we can be able to sit down with you all and tell you what all this community needs. It's not fair to build around us and don't give us the spirit of inclusion. We talk about it, but we're not doing it. And at the same time, I've been in this community for over 20 years. I see what's going on. I knock on the doors. And you know what? When you do the right thing in the community, I will support you. But if you're not gonna do the right thing, I heard somebody say it's election time. Don't look for our vote. That's right. But we asking you to give the black leaders of this community, give them a seat at the table so we can be able to eat. It's not fair to let the rich continue to eat. Yeah. When we got plenty of our ancestors that came before us. And I think about Patty Lockins. I wonder what he would say if he was here right now sitting on this diocese, looking at what's going on. No, don't leave us out, Mayor. Give our black leaders a seat at the table. We want to eat. It's not fair to let the rich continue to eat and get fat and let the poor die.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Evening, Pastor.
Good evening, good evening. Pastor Moyes of Bethel, former resident of Pompano, still a resident of Broward County. I come tonight believing in vision, and I believe our people will perish for lack of a vision. I believe that E. Pat Larkins had a vision along with those who sat in leadership with him back in 1988. And the brother touched base on some of the things that I wanted to share, but one of the things I wanted to talk about is a vision that was shared or broadcasted tonight. One of those things was generational wealth. If we talk about generational wealth, then I would love to see that generational wealth to be afforded to everyone, to have an opportunity to be able to utilize their talents and their gifts. Definitely Pompano Beach residents, those who live in the Northwest Corridor, particularly since this is the area that we're talking about building in. I got some notes here. One of the questions I have is, what is the goal for Pompano Beach participation in this project? Next thing is, what is the amount of finances that is going to be used to help the businesses build a capacity to participate in the construction and to participate in the retail and other opportunities that will be created here in Pompano Beach. Another question, is there technical support that will be created to support those who are here who perhaps have businesses that would love to be a part of this? Is there access capital that is available for them as well? These are some things that I want you to ponder upon, and I do ask for consideration for this to be amended, to be included in addition to what was presented tonight. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Pastor. Yes. Next speaker. Sure. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good seeing you. Just pull that microphone down a little bit. Thank you, Mr. B.
Oh, good evening. Well, my name is Betty Larkins. I'm the wife of the late E. Pat Larkins. We were married for 48 years before his passing. My husband served this city as mayor, vice mayor, and commissioner for many years because he loved Pompano. I'm here tonight to preserve my husband's legacy. Pat was very excited and proud of the groundbreaking and ribbon cutting at the E. Pat Larkins Community Center in 2007. He located, the location at 520 Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard Jr. Boulevard in perfect sitting, is a perfect sitting in Northwest Pompano for his building, this building. Our city, our great city is growing, and I know things will change over in time. However, with that being said, please consider remodeling, resonating or extending the Pat Larkins Center, Community Center, at the current location, but whatever you do, please don't tear down my husband's, who is a pioneer in this city, legacy. I know Pat's name can be placed on any building in this city. However, this location chosen by him personally is important to be reserved. Thank you for your attention and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Larkins. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commission. Brian Anthony Campbell, Senior Minister of the 15th Street Church of Christ here in Pompano Beach, Florida, and I proudly say a son of Pompano Beach. Tonight I'm here, and most people who know me know that I don't often speak at these types of forums unless it's something that I feel strongly about. And tonight is one of those moments. When I think about this project, the word comes to mind is opportunity. This downtown project is an opportunity for our city leaders to show leadership. In order for this project to be really effective and work, to be truly successful, there must be a real partnership between the city, the developer, and the community. There must be an understanding and agreement that ensures that those impacted the most by this development have not just a seat at the table, but a respected and influential voice in the direction, details, and decisions of this project. Because once, it's okay to have a seat at the table, but when your voice is not respected, your voice is not heard, and your ideas are not implemented, all you have is a seat at the table. And I want you to listen, and I hope that you've been listening to the voices of the people in this community. People are afraid, and rightfully so, because so many times in our history, our people have been hurt by development. It was mentioned earlier about gentrification. We've seen that happen time and time again to so many of our communities. But again, I say the city of Pompano Beach has an opportunity to be a model for other cities. A model that shows that a city, a developer, and an engaged community can work together to do responsible development that benefits the community instead of destroying it. So right now you have a choice. You want to be leaders and do what's best, not only for the city, but especially for this community that's going to be impacted the most. Thank you for your attention.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Pastor.
Good evening, everybody, city commissioners, staff, and everybody that's here. I'm here, my name is Wayne Odesnik. I'm here on behalf of the Cordish companies. So we wanted just to give kind of our factual experience working with the city and improving the city of Pompano. The first thing I think we wanted to really bring out to the people is how fair the working with everybody has been, from the fire department to city and planning and zoning and landscaping and urban planning. From our experience, everyone has been very helped, kept the project on timely manner. And from our experience right now, everything has been running very smoothly, and just wanted to hopefully bring a great project here and just thank everybody for believing in our project and making sure that things are going great. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor. George Berlingi, 41 Havenwood Drive, Pompano Beach, Florida. Mayor, I usually come before you with a presentation. I hadn't planned to speak tonight, so forgive any lack of eloquence. Commissioner Eaton, I'm going to bring up some of our conversations over the years, but I, as promised, will withhold the number values. Mayor, I want to address to you and the development company. When these people talk about displacement, I'd like to elaborate a little bit more on that, sir. Without giving you my numbers, and if you need them, I can email. I make enough of a Social Security wage, I'm on disability, that my food stamps are near zero. Okay, yet I do not make as much as most of the people that live over here in this blighted area you're talking about. We together so far? Mm-hmm. Okay, you familiar with Heritage Point? Heritage is the new high-rise over here a couple years ago on 4th. Okay, sir. I applied in there, and that's about when Commissioner Eaton and I started on this project together, because she had me working with the elderly in Crest Haven at the time. I applied for an apartment in there. It's low-income housing. Sounds great when you're on disability, right? At that time, I was making $1,600 and change a month, and it was only $800 a month rent. Great rent. However, the drawback is you have to have $2,000 a month income to get in there. Okay, that low-income housing is great for working people and stuff, but when you have families that are poor and working so hard like over here, people like myself on disability, we are too poor for low-income housing. That's what these people need addressed. We need to get affordable housing at their income level. That was one point. Second, I got a minute. I'm going to kind of address the crowd on this. Ladies and gentlemen, I work over here at First Baptist Church. I've devoted my life for the last 3 years to working with the homeless. One thing you're forgetting is 80% of these homeless do not want to help themselves. There's two types of homeless. Mr. Developer, please listen. There's a chronic homeless who generally wants just more cardboard for the cardboard bed. Then there's the crisis people who are generally trying to help themselves. That's where my ace in the hole comes in, Commissioner Eaton. She helps me with resources all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, 80% of the people I deal with on a daily basis do not want to help themselves. They only want free handouts. I got to get this quickly. I just came from the community court this afternoon because I'm trying to better myself to help more people. You must know Officer Ramirez and Officer Carabine. Okay, I was there with them and Cassandra Rett. We all work together. May I have about 30 seconds?
Real fast, real fast.
Okay. On the docket today, and everybody was there to get public housing, free housing, the whole 9 yards. Only one person from the docket showed up. The rest received fines and are going to get turned back to jail because they didn't come to court to help themselves into free housing. Thank you for listening.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record, please.
Pastor Terrence Kearney, pastor of the Abyssinian Baptist Church, 612 Northwest 6th Street here in Pompano. I believe that one of the words, and I had to run out and come back, is community stake or stakeholders. It was mentioned that about being able to be at the seat, but when prior to these meetings that these plans were already drawn, doesn't mean that we had a seat at the table. It just means that what we're coming to look at is what has already been drawn out. So how can we be stakeholders in our community when no one asked us in the get-go what's the best for our community? I'm pretty sure we can't go no further east and tell the other districts what we believe is best for theirs. And yet, we're getting all of the counseling of what's best for our area. So if you're really going to look at us being stakeholders, let's look at this. Did our architects help draw these plans? Are our developers going to be part of development, not subcontractors? So make us community stakeholders. Now, whether this is just you sitting on the diocese and you just have to listen to us, listen to us. We wouldn't do this in any other district because we know better. And we weren't wanting the one to come in our neighborhood and say, well, this is what we think is best for you. We're going to move this over here. We're going to do this. We're going to do that, without really prior to this meeting saying, because we know at the end of the day, it's going to be done. And so now we just have to accept whatever has already been done. This has been predetermined, pre-notioned before this meeting that this was going to happen. The unfairness is we have to come at the 11th hour just to express ourselves to deaf ears. We have to pastor here. We have to live here. I think it's great. But make sure that more than just seat at the table, make sure that we have developers that look like us can come and build in our neighborhood. Because we can find qualified developers. We don't want to be just subcontractors, but we want to be developers who hire our people to do what we do. Let me just put this in front of you. If it was your area, then what? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Yeah, Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida. First, I'd like to congratulate all the speakers that went before me that live in this area, that know their area, that were brought up in this area, and that grew up in this area. They all have raised so many points, I almost don't have much to say. And I think it's about time you start listening to them, because none of yous live there except Commissioner Beverly Perkins. But you all seem to have all the answers, don't you? Don't you? The only time I've ever heard about any of yous out there is to get a ride with the police or for a ribbon cutting. Isn't that beautiful? And it's amazing, the day after Juneteenth, Suzette Sybil and company are here to tell the black people how they're going to do their area up. It's quite amazing. It's quite amazing. You should all be ashamed of yourself. You do not care about anything but yourself and campaign contributions, period. End of story. Now, the developer, I recall at a meeting, you're not even paying attention, Harrison, because you don't care. You don't care. You don't even live here. You live in Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Skaversky.
Now, the developer at a meeting stated how he was going to make the area, what he was going to do in the area, he was going to put up a Martin Luther King statue. Well, that's just wonderful. What do you think Martin Luther King would say if he was here right tonight? Take it easy. You don't care. It's so, all these, listen to them for once.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Mayor, Commissioners, Vicente Throer. Mayor, tonight, I guess you heard from the people. Here's the question John Racing, former mayor and your colleague, posed to you all a while back. Would it be fair to bind a future commission to a decision that you all will make tonight for the next 10, 15, 20 years? Right now, why are we even discussing this when we're in the middle of an election cycle? Some people may retire. Some people may be here next year. But why would this take precedent tonight, Mayor? Why can't we not finish having more conversation about, Mayor, when I look at this development team, and not unless I'm misunderstanding, I'm colorblind, I only see one guy that's on there that's black, and he's the attorney. Where is the co-developer or partner that resembles our community? We've had plenty of discussions, Mayor, about what I'm about to ask the mayor to the attorney. Where is the language that guarantees that we are not left behind in this process? Mayor, can the attorney answer that question for me right now, please?
Well,
can she?
She'll address it. She'll address it. Not right.
Well, Mayor, because I really want to ask another question. That's why I'm asking you, can she at least give a little update on it? Because, Mayor, tonight, once again, all this bean picking land that our grandparents and great-grandparents picked and maintained and lived on is on the auction block tonight. And we're asking for you and the council to take that in consideration. That does this reflect what your vision is for the future of our community? This is really technically, Mayor, a whole District 4 layout. So, Mayor, how do we get to a point where we are not left behind in the process? And I'm talking about putting something in writing. Now, council says possibly that we can't put something in writing. But, Mayor, we need to figure out tonight, how do we put that in this development agreement tonight? I mean, honestly, Mayor, you told me over the last couple of years that this is y'all property, our property. We couldn't tell the Cordish Group. That guy from the Cordish Group left here, but I'm going to talk a little trash about him tonight. He could not be told what to do on his property, and it's a $2.5 billion property, and they haven't done nothing for Collier City. give out a couple of little chump behind checks, that ain't nothing. We wanna see economic lifting up. We don't wanna just see you give us $250,000 and say split it throughout the whole city. What is 250 grand split through the whole city? We could not tell them what to do in their development over there. Now this is our property as stakeholders. Why can we not tell this developer what we want to see done here? It's our land. And it must be put into writing. And to Mr. Callaway, you know already what Pat would have told you. Make your client come and give us something that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, excuse me, next speaker.
Jocelyn Jackson. As I always say, and I'm going to say it again, in the early 1970s, it was a neighborhood called Carver's Homes. My mom had 5 little kids, and we used to come through Carver's home. Before we come down that road, she'd tell all us to get down on the floor and don't get up till she come through. And that was for a reason, because of the area. My mom grew up in what's called Puerto Rican projects. It was the projects with nothing but dusty roads and rocks. I hated to go over there to my grandmother's house, and my mom's sister is sitting right out there in the audience. They was raised in the Puerto Rican projects, and they would go out to the fields and harvest. Sometimes they couldn't even go to school. So, of course, I stand here in the gap for the Goings, for the Wells, for the Bartees, for the Spencers. I stand in the gap for them because I want to see the beautifications of the place from the sweats of their brows on the backs. It's time to beautify the place. The place is dilapidated and deplorable. It's crime versus we going to visit other countries, other cities, doing all the festivities. Why can't we be here, right here in our own town? I own a home in Kinder Green for over 20 years. It was drug infested. I gone out there myself because my kids was not gonna be confined in the house where they come play in front of their front yard. So I took charge. And I'm here, I'm standing today for the project, for beautification. I also own a home at Delray Beach, downtown, where they came through because it was the same thing, dilapidated, deplorable, nothing but prostitutes, pimps, and drug addicts walking up and down the street. So I commend the private developer to come in with their own personal money to collaborate with the city to beautify the area. The area is worn down. You don't even want to invite some of your family members. My children don't even want to come back towards this way because the area, what it looked like. So the homes what I would like to say for the people, the business owners, to get your license together, your certification together, so you can be a part of the new development. That's most important than everything because the train done left the station. So I commend that you will be willing to work with the local contractors, the local realtors, the local electricians, the local plumbers. I commend you to be able to work with us. That's what I have to say, and I support this project.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
David Hall, 290 Southeast 8th Court. I had, usually I come up here and speak off the top of my head, make some points, but I had a lot of stuff written. The gentleman that was talking about Boston, by the way, up 50-something years ago, I was born there, and that area was called the Combat Zone. What do you think it was before it's now the beautiful seaport? Combat Zone. So what they did there and what these people are looking to do here is similar, and what was just said about Delray is the same. I thought the presentation was inspiring because for far too long, and when I talk about development, I'm all for it, north, south, east, and west in Pompano should be developed. And far too long, the people who have lived in the Northwest have only been able to give their blood, sweat, and tears because that's what they've been able to do. And that's tremendous. They've built this city of Pompano Beach. You want to talk about having an ability to be at the table, to make a commitment, to be able to be part of everything. Sad fact of life, it's money that takes that. The development that's going to happen in the Northwest will give that area an outsized voice, bigger than any area in Pompano, more than we've spent at the beach, more than we've spent anywhere. Billions of dollars have not been put in anywhere in this city besides in the Northwest. So that development happens, it gives you a lot better opportunity to have a strong voice because money talks and BS walks. So have the financial restraint to be able to go in there. People talk about and get all worked up about whether the city hall is dilapidated. We talk about throwing good money after bad in a lot of things. Why continue to do it in a building that you know in 18 to 20 years is done, can no longer function? So you're going to take 20 million bucks that we have laying around that we could throw into it when you're not going to build it, redevelop this land that has higher taxed value than where the city hall is going to go, and end up making more money for the city, more revenue for the city, so that when we have more revenue, millage rate stays relatively low. More amenities, more services, more things that we want to have in Pompano end up coming to fruition. 10 years ago is about when the beach area opened up. Prior to that, everyone were naysayers. Nobody comes to Pompano. It's not worth it. Lauderdale by the Sea passed us by, Deerfield passed us by. Well, guess what? Not the case anymore. And there's a lot of projects happening, whether they're developments or projects that the city's doing, that are coming to fruition and coming to be in the manner at which they were promised, and people are shocked because it's just working. So there's a lot of things that are happening in the city. None of it's good. Not all of it's good. Not all of it's perfect, but you can't look for perfect to ruin what's moving forward and what's going on. There's too much happening. And real quick, too many people got up here, and everyone has a right to say things, but they're conflating issues. To lump in what Broward County is responsible for and dump it on the dais is irresponsible. That's homeless, and that's schools, that's not Pompano. And I rarely feel sorry for any of you because you all ran for this and you all want to sit there, but I sympathize with you, Ms. Perkins, Commissioner Perkins, because you had Roca Point in your district, you did a meeting with them, you did a community meeting with them, and you're not getting credit for that.
Thank you.
Roca Point did other meetings as well. So I suspect if you didn't,
Thank
you'd
you,
be
sir.
saying we still don't have meetings.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Joseph Wells, live in the great city of Pompano. You're talking about a big project, and I think other speakers were saying, how many people is going to be from the Northwest side, look like me, African American, to be able to make millions of dollars on this project? And I'll say this to everyone in the audience and watching us on TV. The city have a referendum coming on the ballot in November. To help stop this project, make sure you vote no.
Okay. Next speaker. Please come forward. I'd like to recognize our elected representative, Patricia Williams. Yeah. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your service in Tallahassee.
Good evening, everyone. And I want to start off by saying, does anything good come out of Carver's home?
Yep.
Rejudification, that's me. Born and raised in Carver's home, and it was torn down. Relocated. And the families that was relocated is only 5 that was placed together. So I don't have a place to go home. But Pompano is my home. I want to start off by saying, hashtag tag, talk a good game. The residents has come forth and they have asked for several things. Mr. Phillips asked for 15% of the jobs to be for Black African Americans. I'm going to ask for 50% of the jobs on this project to be Black African Americans. The last speaker asked about developers being part of this project. I'm going to ask for at least 5 developers to work with, contractors to work with this developer. According to what I have heard and what I know, he's the only developer that we have to vote for the project tonight. Is that correct? So it's fair to say that he would be the person that would actually get the contract if you vote on it tonight. But we want him to know that the community is speaking. Some of the things that has been asked about, the commissioners have heard over and over and over again, to the point where people don't believe in politics. They don't believe in politicians because they feel we all lie all the time. So I'm standing to be the gap between the two and ask you to not just listen to the community, but hear what the community is actually saying. One of the speakers got up and they said something about education. We are asking that this project include educational support for our schools. A certain percentage of the project should go back to our schools to help keep them stable. Former commission in Lauderdale Lakes, we wrote it on a project. We asked for several things to actually be filtered back into the community to help keep our schools. We're asking for the same thing here. I heard, this is the reason I really got up. Ms. Padlocking, there's a lot of talk about the Padlocking Center being torn down, the Padlocking Centers being displaced. She asked that it's expand from where it is, keep that location in place, but expand the building. If you say you're gonna make it larger, you're gonna make it better, she's asking that it stays there and you build upon from that location that it is. Is that what I heard? Okay.
Go ahead.
Small business owners, we have several small business owners that will be displaced. We need to make sure that these people that will be displaced about their building, these people have become, I saw one bike, Mr. Bojo's. If you come to Pompano, everybody say, stop to Bojo's.
Yeah.
That's part of our history now. He has been there for our community. So we're asking that you help the small business owners that will be misplaced, displaced, have a location, have a seat at the table, and be able to discuss some of the things that they need to make sure that they're able to be a part of Pompano history. Over 35 years of planning. And it seems like we're talking about a lot of money, but if you think about all the history that's been replaced, if you think about all the sweat and tears that my ancestors was part of, it's not a lot of money. Someone said something about affordable housing. Affordable housing is what people can afford. That's what we're asking for, affordable housing. If I make $15,000 a month and your places is gonna be $18,000 a month, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna be homeless. And a gentleman talked about, Mr. Phillips talked about homelessness. This is not just Pompano. This is not just Fort Lauderdale. This is not just Broward County. We just voted on a bill to make sure that if, quote unquote, you have homelessness, it's gonna come back on the people that serve on these days. It's coming back on the city. So we need a plan included to make sure that those that's homeless can have somewhere that they can call home if they choose to. And last but not least, someone talked about economics. We need to be able to say that we have people that we grew up with, that people that live here, is able to say that they were part of this project and see a positive outcome. And I'm walking away with this one. I heard there's several types of people. People that watch things happen, People talk about things happen, people make things happen, and those get in the way of things happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Sejan Kurian, 300, Unit 105, Pompano Beach. Well, State Representative Patricia Williams said it all. Last meeting, a commission meeting, when I talked about homeless, someone in the dais actually said it's not an emotional decision. Now you see all these people here? It's not an emotion, it's human cry. So homelessness is and being in medical, and I'm telling you, you have to be someone that has dealt with people to recognize that, and these are people issues, and that's why we get elected. Again, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Oh, man.
Mr. Mayor, and to the platform, everyone, to Ms. Perkins that's on the platform, and to all of you, all that came to hear our calls tonight. My name is Eula Foster. I live at 2856 Northwest 13th Street, Fort Lauderdale. I am a product of Pompano Beach. I've lived in Pompano. This is where my mother brought us when we were children. I've been in this area for over 70 years. I know about the Skeens, the Whitworths, the Lyons, all of these people out there in Coconut Creek and all the way down 441, all the way up to West Palm. My listening here tonight, talking about the blight. There's always been blight in Pompano, and you know, it has to go to somebody. You know, it's okay if you sit in your fine house and somebody else is, you know, living in their straw hut, because that's what it feels like sometimes when you're in the Northwest section. You know, we don't go to the beach that much or whatever, but sometimes things get overlooked, and I'm sure everyone up there on that platform can attest to that. I'm a product of Golden Acres Farm Labor Camp, the one that my niece spoke about. I've lived there, and I know it was not easy. You know, I've seen wherein we had garbage back in the day that didn't get picked up. You know, we had lawn placed with taxpayers' money, and nobody watered the lawn. You know, just things that get overlooked. And tonight, talking about the monies that you would build a new city hall, $71 million. $71 million. You know, when in the Northwest section, you know what that could do for, that could get rid of all the blight in the Northwest section. It really could. You know, $71 million. You know, I would love to see the city change and be beautified and all of this here, but why things got to be at our expense? Yeah, we need our section to come better. And I've heard you all talk about affordable housing and how somebody didn't want it in their city out in, might have been Coconut Creek. But we were the seed beds for that land, for all of this land. We crawled over it. We picked beans. We sacrificed. We gave those ranchers and those land barons money. That's why you all have y'all houses and stuff. It didn't come cheap. We gave sweat and tears. Cold days, hot days, it didn't matter. We was out in the fields. Couldn't get an education all the time, couldn't go to school. Had to go to work, because you all needed us to work.
Thank you, ma'am.
But my thing is, you know, you can make a decision, but please, please, and you know, let me just say this to you. If you all wanted to be smart, you know what you should have did? You knew you wanted to get this project done. You should have came out over in the northwest section and kind of cleaned it up a little bit. You know, made things a little bit nicer. And when we had to come up here to City Hall, we could say, oh boy, you all have really been working for us. Don't leave it all to Ms. Perkins. We too much for her. All of y'all vote for what y'all want to do. So sometimes when y'all got a big project like this, y'all need to come together and work on it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record, please.
Martinez Roll. I am, you could say, the grandson of the late David and Tina Pearl Roll, who are part of the pioneers of the Eastern Seaboard here in Pompano Beach that picked on the pepper farms and the bean farms. So I'll be real brief. I don't want to sound redundant because most of everything has already been said by the residents here in the city. But there's a gentleman that did get up and he indicated that it takes money to move things, and that is correct. However, it does take sweat, blood, and tears from people to do so. And it's unfortunate that we're doing this on the backs of, you know, the Northwest District. And something that I just really wanted to indicate to the board, to Mr. Tron and Ms. Sybil. You said that you're building a task force to do a feasibility study. Is it too late to have a task force within the community that's on that task, like some of the community leaders to be on that task force so they can actually know what to include in terms of your generational wealth plan? Because you have a generational wealth plan that may be completely opposite of what the people may deem to be generational wealth. So that's the question I want to address or have for the commission.
Very good. Thank you for that, sir. But I assure you there will be many, many opportunities for public input going forward. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record, please.
Mary Phillips, 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I think it's going to be a great project for the city because it's going to bring a lot of tax dollars to help keep the city going. But I think that we need to consider putting some money aside for the people that are in the community already, especially nonprofits, because what we're having a very difficult time. The nonprofits doing things in the community because the city is not really cooperating with us. They have a grant program that is virtually impossible to get any money out of for programs. It's easier to get money for events than it is to get for programs. I receive a number of grants. I get the grant from the Isles. They don't take you through all the changes that the city takes you through to get money. I've got a grant from BSO more than once, but we're not required to do all the things that the city is asking people to do to get that money. If the money is really for the people, it needs to be easier for the local community-based groups to get the money. We have homeless problems. We have people with mental problems. We have people with housing problems. The community-based groups that are nonprofit could solve a lot of those problems to help get people out of poverty. Okay, so I think that we need to consider, I think there should be a special tax district just for our area here. At least 0.5% of the money that's collected in taxes should go to help this community, and that's what I would like to see, to go to programs to help this community so that we don't have to struggle as hard as we are to try to make things that make lives better for people. All right, so I think this is a good project. In terms of Larkin Center, I say knock it down, give us a brand new state-of-the-art building that's bigger and better than what we have. Put Pat Larkin's name on the building. The name is what's important, not so much the building. It's an old building. If I had a 60-year-old house and somebody told me, I'm going to give you a brand new house, I say knock that house down and give me a brand new house. So in terms of that, I say knock it down. If you're going to give us something bigger and better, then it's going to be beneficial to everybody in this community. This is not just for the Northwest section. It's for everybody in the community, and that's really the way we need to start looking at things. What's best for everybody? But I would like a 0.5% special taxing district for our community, so our community groups, our community-based groups can have money to do programs here in the city.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Cindy Floyd, 2801 Northwest 3rd Street, Pompano Beach. I am here to say that we all watched as Mrs. Larkin came up and asked to protect her husband's legacy. And I just feel that that is something that should be honored. And I'd like to also say that in 2020, when you didn't listen to the people, people were replaced up here on the dais. And in 2024, 2022, it happened again. And now I'm speaking from the podium. Listen to the people.
Very good, thank you for that. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Hi, good evening, Dodie Keith, 301 East Atlantic Boulevard. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. One of the things that just being involved in projects like this through my career and things that I do, I don't think a lot of people understand the process. But my understanding, what we see here tonight with the developer agreement that's worked many, many years, we've heard about it, and all the input and all the discussions that have gone on. But the concept plan that's there is a concept. And if people look at the Cordish project, when it started up, I don't even remember how many years ago when we stood with Cordish with their first plan. What's being built today, a lot of the components are very different. The number of units are very different because market drives things and different things drive things, and input from the community drives things. So the concept plan that's there, that's presented for them to be selected, is a concept plan. So what's really important in my world is that all these folks that came here tonight that think this is the last chance, it's your first chance. It's your first chance, but you gotta stay engaged. You gotta stay engaged and you gotta show up, and when those and you gotta ask for the meetings. Don't wait for the meeting. I know Commissioner Perkins asks for meetings all the time. When she does it, show up. Call the staff, call the developer, meet the developer yourself. These developers wanna talk to leaders in the community. They don't just wanna talk to staff. So we're at a really important step. Eventually, you got to do something because we've been messing around with this square forever. And my office is right here. I'm in the mess of it with everybody else with the traffic and everything. I get it. I know it. I live here. I'm a resident here now. But the end of it is we got to do something. We got to move forward. But if everybody doesn't stay engaged, all the concerns being expressed will happen. They'll all definitely happen if you don't stay engaged. Stay engaged. Let this great developer who's chose Pompano to be part of us, let them work with us all, and let's figure out what we're gonna build. And what you're seeing tonight is not what we're gonna build. I mean, whether Larkins is there or not there, whether it's new, it's not new, where does City Hall go? All of this is being directed by staff mainly right now. So let's get the community. The community outreach has been just a little teeny bit, but we gotta get there. We gotta get the next step, we gotta move forward, and then we gotta figure it out. And if everyone stays engaged and everybody continues, the folks up here will hear, people will hear, and we'll do it. But don't go home and sit on your couch. Go home and sit on your couch, then guess what? Whoever shows up gets to decide. That's how it works. So let's move it and let's go.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. Just name and address for the record. Don't be shy. There's time for everybody.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Adam Adashi. I'm a Pompano Beach resident, and I have a business in Pompano Beach at 2125 East Atlantic Boulevard. I'm also a real estate developer, which probably makes me a boogeyman right about now. So, you know, I got here a little late, and I listened to some of the speakers and many good points on both sides. And I can tell you that, you know, I guess to start, I'm a big believer and supporter in the project. I do think it will have a huge economic impact on the city, and I think it will create an enormous amount of opportunities for the residents, for all residents. I can say that, I kind of echo what Ms. Keith said, that, I think you have to be engaged. I think as a developer of any regular project, it's a constant evolution from beginning to end. But as a developer of a master developer, and what a master developer has to do, it's even more of an evolution, because they're not just grabbing a piece of land and getting approval to go vertical. They're basically grabbing multiple parcels of land and building the infrastructure. And I can tell you that once it takes a developer like this, and it takes a vetted and qualified developer, which I think that, Pompano's gone through a lot to vet and to qualify a developer, to go through and to take the risk on, but not only to take the risk, but to have the experience to do this. And once they do this, and once the infrastructure's in, and once they start parceling off the land, it's when developers like myself will come in. It's when they'll bring other developers to the area. I heard a gentleman speak earlier that talked about, had some great points. It was right when I just walked in, and he talked about it's not our architect. Typically you have an architect and an engineer on every project. This is going to be multiple projects. There's going to be hospitality projects. There's going to be retail projects, commercial, residential, office projects. And I think everybody in the community has an opportunity to participate in those projects. Now, you do have to stay engaged, and this is the very beginning of the constant evolution that I spoke about. But I do believe it will create a huge opportunity for everybody in the city and everybody that continues to put themselves in the middle of this. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker, Ms. Peterson. His name and address for the record.
Serica Peterson, 4354 Northwest 9th Avenue. What a time to be alive. So I'm standing between the past and the future in this present moment. A gift that I'm honored to witness is this historic project. I find myself trying to bridge my ancestors' desires with the equality that they asked for and never received, with my children's need for generational wealth and my demand for equity. I'm a product of Parkways projects, Markham Elementary, Pompano Middle, Blanche Ely High School. I'm an artist, I'm an entrepreneur whose first investor was my high school English teacher, Ms. Mandy Struggles. She was my first business partner that helped me start the Roundtable Project, a company that I've kept going without resources, without capital, without experience as a single mother. And somewhere along the lines, I stumbled upon being an activist, if that's what you want to call it. I oftentimes find myself speaking on issues that don't personally affect me, but they affect my community. Let me be clear. I am for the economic opportunity that this project brings, as long as Black people from the Northwest District are amongst the beneficiaries of the generational wealth being built. It is time to build relationships and bridges that help feed the people that are hungry for opportunity. Because the truth is, the only direction is forward. It's always forward. We can't go backwards, and we can't not do anything. This project is about our future generations, not our present comfort. We must hold these politicians accountable, and we must hold ourselves accountable, get involved, pack out every meeting proactively, not reactionary. My advocacy is and has always been about cultural arts and historic preservation. I saw that in this plan, along with the will of economic opportunity in the presentation. So my job now as an advocate of Black culture and history is to be part of this project and to be prepared to call Greg Harrison in the morning, be able to call Phil Mays in the morning, be able to call Kim Breesmaster in the morning, be able to get any one of y'all on the line and not have to wait to hear about how we can be a part of it. That's my job, that's my responsibility. So I want to leave with this question. If we don't do this, what do we do?
Very good. Thank you for that. Next speaker. Anyone? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Lumos Shakus. I live at 704 North Ocean Boulevard. About 10 years ago, I remember getting a phone call from my realtor down here telling me if I want to do a restaurant at Pompano Beach. I said, are you crazy? Pompano Beach of all places? I said, what is Pompano Beach? He said, what is the area in Pompano Beach? He says, next to the pier. I said, okay. I will never really do a restaurant there or even thinking of investing. He says, Lou, you got to really calm down and take a look in the area. The area has really changed. So I took a flight down from North Carolina, and, I look at the area, and I say, Merny, what are they going to do here? He says, let me show you what they're going to do. Let me take you to the city hall to show you the rendering. So after he showed me the rendering, the city already have done the streetscape, and, I like what I saw there. And we went in the lobby of City Hall, and they had the rendering there. And I said, wow, this is great. Is it going to happen? He says, we're really committed. It's going to happen. We'll hire the developer. So I said, well, tell me, where do I sign? And that was the best thing I ever did. Look at Pompano Fishing Village today. What it used to be 10 years or 20 years ago or 30 years ago and what it is today. I really do believe the same thing will happen here. We will get rid of a lot of, the bad elements, and we're going to really clean up the area. Crime will be reduced. Job opportunities for the folks who live around, extra tax for the city, and, it's going to be something that everybody will talk about. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good evening. Tom McMahon, 473 Northeast 1st Street, Pompano Beach. As a lifelong resident of Pompano and as a former commissioner, I've always advocated for the health, safety, and welfare of our residents, including their quality of life and economic prosperity, always advocating for the historic preservation of our city. Tonight's decision is just that. Tonight is the accumulation of 25 years of planning and a vision by strong and effective leaders, by the past and today, who set forth of the goals to move the Northwest CRA and city forward. Some of the most notable are Mayor E. Pat Larkins. We talked about him tonight. Lamar Fisher, Rex Harden, Vice Mayors Burry, Perkins, and McGee. Commissioners Doxwell, Phillips, Moss, and Seeger-Sneaton. Many of these decisions have been very hard to make, and not without controversy. I attended several of those meetings, and the room was filled up with just as many people when we were discussing the beach area. Actually, I think there were more people, if I recall, arguing remodeling the beach and how it would affect their lives. So what we did is we hired experts. We hired the best of the best. We hired Redevelopment Associates. We hired CBRE. We hired Paul Kissinger, all award-winning experts in their fields, just to name a few. We have a great track record. We have evidence to prove it with success on the beach and Old Pompano and beyond with all of our GeoBond projects. We took a calculated risk, and it worked, and we have incredible results without the city. I believe we can do this again with the new downtown. Our city manager, our city management, our city staff has worked tirelessly, hours and hours for a year negotiating this deal to make sure that this deal is a win-win for everybody involved, not just some of us. The decision is of great importance to the future of our city. This opportunity has came before us many, many times, and roadblock, or delay has caused it to stop. Many of you up there know this. It is too long that neighborhood is that blighted, slum and blight. It's time to make a change, and tonight it's going to be a very difficult decision to make. I think this developer is the right fit for Pompano. What I heard tonight is a lot of residents that want to hear their voices heard. I asked this commission and mayor, if you move forward with this project, have lots of public meetings. Make sure the neighborhoods listen to. As what Dodie Key said today, developers want to know what residents want. A perfect example tonight is Adam Adashi. Listen to the residents. If you view his building and you go up the floors of his building, you can see the history of Pompano Beach. He plugged into the community. We need developers like that. I think these are great partners. I ask the mayor and commissioners to support this project and listen to the residents and move forward with this developer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker. Name and address to the record.
Good evening, David Miller, 2621 Northwest 13th Street. I'm not here to take sides or none of that, but I felt like I should speak, and it's gonna be brief and simple. You know, you just ride a pickup truck for so long, and then you look and you say, wow, I wanna ride a Porsche. So I think that the money been held, the things has been made as far as CRA was created. All that was created in intentions to make a downtown, to pretty much build the Northwest, District 4 to be exact. So the money been there. Y'all came up with all these new ways to get money. So I'm for having something new. Like I said, I want a new car. I want to be in something new. Now, I'm not sure why recreating a city hall or recreating a new Pat Larkin, but regardless, put something new, because we deserve it. Plenty of people been paying taxes in the Northwest. Believe it or not, whole lot of money is earned in the Northwest. So now it's time to look like that. And the developers, I like some of the designs. The designs are all right, but yeah, engage the community and see what we want. And also, I was gonna say that I saw in there that the economic opportunity had a nice little section for historical preservation. Y'all always talking millions this, millions that. Dump $1 million in the historical preservation of the Northwest. Because guess what? Pat Larkins is not the only name from the Northwest. Plenty of black people did plenty of stuff in Pompano, and it's documented. So let's put some money into historical preservation and whatever else that was on that pie chart. I think it was whatever. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Shaka McFadden, and my address is 960 Northwest 27th Avenue. I live in Collier City, as they say. But I'm speaking on my aunt's property, which is 1014 Northwest 10th Avenue. That is in that little section that you're proposing to tear down and build on top of. She has a house there, and so does her neighbor. And we talk a lot about Blythe. Blythe is not going anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere until we do something with the people. Because 731 Northwest Hammondville, when you built that, you were talking about cleaning up the Blythe. It hasn't went anywhere. It's still there. So the Blythe is still there. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. Delray has Blythe. You built that whole section up, and it still has Blythe. They're not going anywhere. I'm not against the project, but I am against displacing people. That's all.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Good evening, Pastor.
Hey, good evening to everyone. Always a pleasure and an opportunity to stand before you and to come and speak some words of concern of what I hear. My name is Brandon Jones. I am the lead pastor of the oldest African-American church in the city of Pompano Beach, the church that was established in 1902. And I'm so thankful to be here on today to express a little of what I hear. Again, I'll say thank you to Mayor, to all of you commissioners, to this esteemed body over here who's done a great job at your presentation, but to also remember that those who are on the dais, our roles are not to impose our own will, but to listen to the will of the people. And so tonight, just a few things I heard, 3 important things I heard that the people are concerned about from within the church and within the community. First, they're concerned about the displacement of long-term residents. Whenever new developments are built in black communities, they often lead to the displacement of long-term residents, including low-income families, small business owners, and community organizations. I also heard a lack of, from what the community feels, a lack of community input and a lack of community concern. When new developments are built without the input of the community, they often fail to address the needs and concern of the local residents. And this can lead to a lack of affordable housing, inadequate communities and facilities, and a lack of opportunities for local businesses. Finally, I also heard of, coming from an economic development standpoint, working for the Miami-Dade Beacon Council before transitioning here in Pompano, I heard of economic inequality and perpetuation. When new developments prioritize high-end amenities and luxury living over affordable housing and community facilities, they can perpetuate economic inequality within Black communities. So I leave you with this to all of you who are serving and I believe are going to do exactly what needs to be done for the good of everybody. Remember that good governance is not about making decisions without the input from others. It's about listening to the people and making decisions with them. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker. His name and address for the record, please.
Wallace Harris, 201 Northwest 7th Terrace in Pompano. A lot of money to move this building and tear it down. What's going to be here when you tear this down?
Something else?
High rise?
Don't know yet.
Don't know yet? It'd be a good idea to know if you're going to tear it down, because shame if you just building it because these people on this side don't want the traffic. And then you bring it over there and have all the traffic over there. So, but another thing too, before you build that, I'm on 7th Terrace in Pompano and I don't even have a sidewalk. So use some of that money to get a sidewalk on the street. If I walk my kid, I got to walk in the road, I got to walk in the grass. I can't even get a sidewalk. So be nice to have one.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker. Good evening, sir. Just name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Tom DeGiorgio, 24 Northeast 24th Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida. I'm the chair of the Economic Development Council, and I happen to be the chair of the Broward Planning Council. And I had all kinds of notes to talk about the economic development and the opportunities here. The financials that you saw were real. It's a phenomenal project for everybody, but I'm here to talk more about the story, because I've heard a lot of great stories here tonight, and I really do want to applaud everybody that came out tonight. Whether they're for or against this project, this is what it's all about. It's all about hearing from the constituents, it's about hearing their concerns, and it's about making the right decision. I'm going to encourage you to make the right decision because I think this is the most ambitious project that we've ever had in Pompano Beach. But I'm going to tell you a story because I was so moved by Mrs. Larkins being here tonight. I haven't seen her in 15 years. She looks phenomenal, phenomenal. So Pat Larkins, I was 29 years old, 1994, just before, I thought I was something. I was a chairman of the Board of Trade. Doesn't even exist anymore. But I was a chairman of the Board of Trade, and I asked Pat, who was the mayor of the city, to come speak to us. And Pat came and spoke to us. He said, you know, Tommy, I really appreciate what you're doing. He said, but everything's always talked about on the east side of town. Everything's talked about, you want to talk about what we're going to do on Atlantic and how we're going to revitalize that. And I had big plans, you know, Board of Trade. It was big. The Chamber of Commerce was on Atlantic Boulevard. That's where we met. And Pat said, what we really need to do is something really big, and we need to do it in our downtown. I said, well, I am doing it in our downtown. I'm doing it in Atlantic Boulevard. That's not our downtown. Our downtown is Dixie Highway, Atlantic Boulevard, and it goes to I-95. We need to do something big. I thought to myself, absolutely right. At that meeting, we coined a phrase, and I say we because I happened to be there. It was really Pat coined a phrase. He called it Vision 2000. It's 1994. Vision 2000 talked about the future of our downtown. Fast forward to 2006. We start talking about the downtown again. 2007, we finally decided to have a charrette. In January of 2008, we have an event at the Pat Larkin Center, at the old, whatever that, what was that called back then? Anyway, I forget the name of it, but many in the audience showed up. And we came there, and I was basically starting the meeting. They said, look, you're not going to tell us what to do. And I said, absolutely not. We're here to listen. And at the end of the meeting, I'm going to leave you with this. At the end of the meeting, they took a vote. They had little clickers. They took a vote. 103 people there. They said, are you willing to participate in a redevelopment and the creation of a downtown? The first time Don Upton said this, 100% of the folks in the room said, I am willing to actively participate. And you see it here tonight. They're actively participating, but I don't hear anybody saying no. Let's move forward with this project. And I think we had a great poet come up a second ago and say something. I'm going to leave you with one poem. I know it's going to run out, but this is my favorite poem. Greatness is not where you stand, but in the direction you are moving. Sometimes you must sail with the wind and sometimes against it. But sail on you must, and not drift, nor lie at anchor. God bless everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker. Please come forward. Go ahead, ma'am. Just name and address for the record, please.
Sonia Finney, 173 Northwest 15th Street, Pompano. I'm not going to go back. We've had a lot of people get up and say things, but I just want to touch upon a couple things that were said. I've heard opportunity, economic opportunity, those words used a lot tonight. I've also heard the talk about generational wealth. I've heard a lot about that. I'm a product of generational wealth, the presentation that was shown talked about generational wealth, but I'm a little confused about how and who would benefit from the generational wealth that was in that presentation. The area that you all are talking about today was once considered the Black Wall Street of Pompano. I grew up right off of MLK, which was Hammondville Road. Up until I was 2 years old, I lived on Northwest 11th Avenue. That was nothing but black businesses there. A lot of hard work, sweat, equity, people put in time and energy to get their businesses, and now to hear you say that you want to come in and you want to do, I'm not against the project, but to not include the people and the people or the children who now are there because their parents work there, live there, I think that's just crazy. I saw Pat Larkin's wife here today, and it appeared that she had not been spoken to, or no one had approached her or gotten her thoughts based on what I heard her say tonight. I've watched the city of Pompano move 2 houses. You paid to move 2 houses because the Northeast community felt strongly about those houses, so much that you didn't want to tear them down when you wanted to build something else, but you moved them. But now you want to tear down Pat Larkin's place, and you've heard his wife say, please don't mess with my husband's legacy. So she's asking you to leave it there and expand. And my question then is, what's the rush? I've heard the term concept plan. This is a concept plan. Well, if it's a concept plan, what's the rush? We had a meeting, yes, Commissioner Perkins had a meeting with the developer. He came, and I want to bring up the fact that because the developer, and I'm not trying to be racist or anything, I don't know, but I haven't seen any minority representation as a part of his company. He's done 3 presentations, but somewhere along the way, they thought and felt it would be good to go pay a lawyer from Fort Lauderdale to perpetrate that he was a part of his company to come and speak to the black community. That's an insult. Why would you go get somebody from Fort Lauderdale to say that they were a part of to introduce the builder? He could have come and sat down with us and talked to us. He promised to come back and bring answers, and we've not gotten answers. That room was packed that day at Pat Larkin. We never got answers. We haven't had a follow-up meeting. So again, what's the rush? If it's a concept plan, make it a concept plan. Go back to the table, get the people involved, have focus groups, have multiple dates for people to come and meet. And I believe it was Mr. Miller brought up the point also that, yes, Pat Larkin is very important to our community, but we have a lot of other people that were very important to our community and pillars in our community. I just learned, and I don't know if you all, maybe you do, I just learned in the last week that Blanche Ely, the principal at Ely High School, was a Columbia grad, an Ivy League graduate. Her husband, Professor Ely, also. And what they demanded of the people in the community was excellent. And that's why we were able to have those people that had businesses. Her motto was, and I was told, that whatever you do, be the best at what you do, whether it's a garbage picker, whatever, teacher, whatever. And I feel like you all are not giving the Northwest community the credit that we deserve, nor the respect. It's just total disrespect all the way around. So I think if this is a concept plan, that you should go back. Why do we have to vote on it tonight? I think you should vote no. Let the developer go back and do his due diligence. If I were a business person and I were a developer and I would do my homework in the community, the developer should be coming to us. Yes, we want to be engaged, but the developer should be coming to us to say, I've done my homework. I see now what is needed in your city, what the community needs, and this is what I'm gonna do. Why is the onus on us just to go and tell him? He needs to come also and say, I've done my due diligence. This is what I think this community needs, and he needs to come and meet with us.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. Just name and address for the record. Anybody else who wants to speak, please come on and come forward a little bit.
Fred Stacer, 601 Northeast 5th Street, Pompano Beach. Well, I think we've heard plenty about something that is always important, and that is that we need to listen to folks around wherever it is development is, and I think it's something that we've tried to do. Not always successful, but at the Planning and Zoning Board, we've always tried to listen to what people had to say, and we try to, abide by what we can, and some things we can't. I think that is obviously a very important part of this. We're at the very beginning of this process. This will be a long process. I think 10 years, God bless them if they get it done in 10 years. It took us 18 to do the beach, and this is obviously a much larger project. But it will have an enormous effect on this community. I was telling Tommy today that I was thinking about when we put the GO bond together, and a lot of people were thinking, oh, you don't want to do that, it's like, but no, let's keep it going. And that was our saying at the time, let's keep it going, right? And yes, we do need to listen, absolutely. There's no question about it. Obviously, I would be glad at any of those Planning and Zoning Board times that they would have to come in front of us to give as much input from the community as possible. We try that. And I think it's very important, but we do need to, I do believe we need to, the timing is right now. And the reason being is that if you look at the redevelopment in the city, we have accomplished a fair amount of things in various areas, and then so what's happened now is we're growing that tax base at an extremely fast rate. It will not continue on forever. We went from 300 and something million to 400 and something million 3 years ago, and we went to 500 million 2 years ago, and we went to 600 million last year. And it's not going to go forever, but we do have the tax support base to make major changes, to come up with, if this community decides that it's just not a workable thing, or we will come up with a workable solution that people can get behind, certainly about the Larkin Center. I mean, obviously it's a very important piece of that puzzle of that area. But I think that there's no question in my mind, I've been a builder and a developer for 4 decades. And I went into Victoria Park, which is a very hot neighborhood for the last 35 years. When we went in there, there was drugs and prostitution. I'm not saying that's what we have here. But the thing is that you have to have vision, and they have vision, and they want to communicate with the neighborhood, and they need to. So I think we need to move this forward, and I appreciate your listening. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker. Any further speakers want to speak? Please come forward. Just Just name and address for the record.
G.H. Usman, 405 Northeast 5th Avenue. I do live in Pompano now. I've been living in this town for over 40 years, and I have a kind of mixed feeling, not only about the development, but overall the distribution of wealth in city of Pompano, the area where there's a concentrated African-American density is, the area there's a concentrated white people is, we have such a diversified city, just is unbelievable. We have a house worth $10 million, and we have a house worth $100,000. This is just in one city within less than half a mile or mile. So it is a diversified city. And since we know it is, and we know that there is a distribution of income, it's not fair in America. And it's not fair because of it, so for generation of unfairness to African American, because they didn't inherit it like other people inherited wealth and education from their parent and grandparent. And I do sympathize with it, because I came in this country with $79 in my pocket, and I'm doing pretty good and paying a lot of taxes. So I have nothing to complain, you know. But what I had to complain is the education. We do not focus as much on education. And I don't want to hear from you guys that this is not our department. We have a difference that does it. I'm tired of hearing that. You know, you guys can go to the school board and tell them that we're not going to demolish the city hall, but we're going to rebuild the school, which is $70 million we can spend. And we can demand the Broward County with our tax money, because we have a $17 billion tax base, and it's keep increasing $1.5 billion every year, literally. And we're talking about $2 billion tax base increase there. Right now, we're going to increase another $1 billion tax base in east of Palm. So our tax base is going to increase to $20+ billion, and we're going to have a 500,000 to 700,000 tax revenue coming in. We need to demand the education. When education is the greatest equalizer. And I know we need to grow, and we need to increase the tax base. And that's the only way we can do, by increasing tax base. If you don't increase tax base, you have to increase the residents' peoples. You know what I mean? So somebody got to pay the tax. There's no free lunch. But what I'm trying to say to you, that if you open a hospital and you say, I want a 50% African American or 15% African American doctors, it's not going to work, because educated doctors, some Indian doctor, are going to take over because of education, not because of race. So what I'm trying to tell my friend, African American, and my commissioner, please, same time, figure out how we can train people to do some vocational work. You can make $50, $60, $70 being an air conditioning technician nowadays. You know what I mean? So education is the greatest equalizer. And we need funds. And when you get that funds, and when you increase that tax base to $20 billion, try to focus and fight with the Broward County and educate our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Next speaker. Any more speakers? Seeing none, public input closed. Let's take a 10-minute recess. settle down out there. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton. All right, let's get folks settled down out there. We've got a meeting to finish up. We can stay here all night, but I'd rather not. Back to order. Thank you. If I can ask everyone to please get in their seats and take any conversations out into the lobby area at this point in time. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, appreciate all that public input. Now we transition to commission questions, concerns, discussions. I'd like to, just a couple of items I'd like to just jump out there real quick. I'd ask Ms. McKenna, there was some questions about what types of local participation we can expect and mandate and things. Can you address any of those issues, please?
I'd be happy to. One of the things that was negotiated for quite a long period of time was how we would address inclusion in a legal document. Because typically, community benefits, that type of activity is directly between a developer and the community. But we recognize that because of the magnitude of this project and everything that we needed to demonstrate to the community, that there is a desire on the part of the developer, the city, and the CRA to make sure that local participation occurs. The agreement at Article 20 is entitled Equal Opportunity and Opportunities for Inclusion. And it specifically lays out the areas where the city and the CRA and the developer will work together to make those opportunities available. And I'll give you an example of something that was negotiated and made its way into the agreement. Ordinarily, we require a very high insurance amount for contractors. Between the developer and the city and the CRA, we recognize that for smaller contracts, we ought to reduce that insurance requirement. And that's in the contract. So the idea is that we do everything we can from a city, CRA, and developer standpoint to address equal opportunity and opportunities for inclusion. And one of the things that I made very clear in talking to members of the community is that the contract gives us, the city and the CRA, the opportunity to monitor everything the developer does, the developer's progress. This is a city CRA project. And the developer is committed to reporting in the contract, reporting to us on a regular basis the progress that is made for every aspect of the project. And as Ms. Sybil pointed out in the PowerPoint, we have areas where we are going to do specific things like the web page and the website that we have for information so that folks will know when there's going to be an opportunity to hire the general contractor and all the architects and all the engineers and all the folks that need to be part of this project. And I hope that answers the question.
I mean, to a certain extent, yes, it does. But I mean, why don't we just mandate, okay, 15% local participation?
Couple reasons. First is the complexity of the project is we don't know if 15% is the right number. We don't know if 20% is the right number. What we do know is that when you selected this developer, they had a track record of inclusion. When the staff went to Greenville County, they met with the county manager, and the county manager confirmed that they were very committed to minority participation. And I don't remember what the number was, but I know when you made your selection, that was a piece of information that was in front of you at that time. The other piece is to the extent that there is CRA funding going into the project, the community benefits piece is not a CRA eligible activity. And so what we've done is build into this contract everything that we can legally do to ensure equal opportunity and opportunities for inclusion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll open it up to commission questions, discussion. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, I may have more to say, but I just wanted to touch on a couple of points after listening to the group. I've made extensive notes, pages and pages, on some of the issues. I wanted to specifically focus first on eminent domain. I mean, there was a gentleman, I don't know if he's still here, that said that we're doing our charter amendments coming up on this November ballot as well, and he said, vote no. And I just want to make sure that and that everyone here understands that eminent domain is currently in our charter because it existed, I don't know how many years ago, and it wasn't until the Supreme Court decision said you cannot take it and give it to a private developer. It was the Kelo decision, I think 2008 or something, that the United States Supreme Court. So we, in our city, our charter can only be changed by a referendum to the people. So we have put a charter question on the ballot that says, shall the city of Pompano Beach remove eminent domain from our charter? And the answer would be yes, we shall remove it. So there's no misunderstanding about the city coming in and taking anyone's land, because, and I think the attorneys could nod yes, that is in fact against the law in the state of Florida for CRAs to take it unless it's for, a road or, a park or something like that. But not to give it, you cannot give it to a private individual to then make a profit on. And so I just wanted to point that out, because I know we've heard eminent domain many, many times in these many discussions that we've had over the past months and years working on this project. So we are putting on the ballot the question, should the city remove eminent domain? And I would say, yes, we should. Okay, so, and taxes was another thing that, most of this is being funded up on our CRAs, the city, the developer. This is the agreement right here. And that's almost a ream of paper. And I just want to say too, what an amazing job and the amount of work that staff has put into this over the past year is really simply amazing. It's impressive, and I want to thank you all. So taxes, I mean, this revenue, these tax revenues, the ad valorem taxes, the things that are going to our schools, that's all taxes that is going to be for the benefit of the city, and it also allows us to do what we need to do and not raise the ad valorem taxes for the residents of the entire city. And the revenues come from the entire city. So those were sort of the things that I heard while listening to some of the people that came up to speak. And we cannot, like I say, we cannot take someone's private property. Also, City Hall, I know there was a lot of consternation about City Hall. And one of the principles of redevelopment is that you need an anchor. You need a built-in population to service and to what do you call it, when you go to a restaurant, you're going to their establishment, you're attending that, and you're adding to their profits. You're eating dinner there. So think of all the 1,000 plus members of employees of City Hall who will be there. They will be working, and when they go to lunch, they're going to go to the restaurants most likely, they're not going to have to walk. I mean, they're going to be able to walk, and they're not going to have to get in their car and drive somewhere. So there's sort of a built-in opportunity for success, or you're patronizing. When they're going to patronize those establishments, which will make them successful, the establishments successful. They can hire employees. So that's kind of what kind of makes the world go around, and it gives us, I think, the project in itself, the best opportunity for success. I think as well, we have stated in there that this is, and I'd like someone to say, Dodie Keith, or Mr. DeGiorgio, these are the first steps here. We're going to have a lot of public meetings. I'm not going to say, well, I want this way because I'm a commissioner and I said so. That's not really, I think, what it's about, and I hope no one thinks that. I think it's been pointed out that we are going to have public input meetings and outreach to the community and take their input, because like we're listening. So I may have a little more to say, but I'll just end with that for right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. For the commission input, questions, concerns? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Now, I wanted to also address a few of the other just notes I've taken while people were speaking, and just, we're all aware that the area which we're talking about has for years and years and decades had problems, and we know this, and we have worked from the city side. There have been different things that we have attempted to do with, beautifying areas, putting in sidewalks, putting in roundabouts, switching them to speed humps, trying to address areas. Very recently, our Pompano BSO did a joint task force with the FBI, ATF, DEA. They made 139 arrests, collected guns and drugs and all these things to help clear the area and try and focus on things. And all of these things are steps in that direction. But I definitely believe that this type of a development, when the city with such a great private partner comes in with such a focused vision, we've seen it happen around the country. The Navy Yards in DC, Crystal City in DC, that's where I lived for a little bit, and saw warehouse and dilapidation turn into the thriving place that young professionals wanted to live. We've seen it, someone referenced Victoria Park earlier. I remember in high school driving down US 1 towards Broward Boulevard on the west side. You went one block over and you were in a very dangerous area. And now it's, Solmar and young families, dog parks, restaurants, it's thriving. Now, I personally don't want to go nearly as tall as Fort Lauderdale has gone and disagree with some of the other things that they've done in their development cycle, but they did reinvigorate an area that needed it, that was dangerous. We saw Victoria Park, townhouses there, but that used to be nothing, are going for crazy amounts and redeveloping. I do believe also that you can't stay still. Redevelopment happens. I've said it before in commission meetings, I'm so glad and just thankful for the foresight of our prior commissioners who made the choices to start acquiring land thoughtfully in this area. Because otherwise, back in 2020, when everyone came down during COVID, those areas would have been picked up so quickly by developers, and they would have put whatever they wanted, wherever they wanted, and were allowed to do. This gave us an opportunity to really create something that's ours for the whole city, the heart of our city, which we haven't really had before. We all represent districts, and we're always talking about which district and which neighborhood, but the beach isn't only for District 1, and the casino isn't only for District 5, and we all go around the whole city, and that's the idea, is that Pompano is a thriving, growing community that has this family vibe that really so few cities in South Florida have. And that's what we're looking to grow and create a sense of place where we can go and all interact and go for lunches, go for yoga in the parks, go for music under the stars all over the place, and have these types of availability everywhere throughout our city. Which is also what I love in our design, is that we don't just have one center space, like, not to pick on them, but Del Rey. Del Rey really consolidated all of its development in one section. And it's like one lane each way, and yes, you can walk that whole area, but there is parts of Delray that have fallen behind that area. In Pompano, we're spreading out our development, where we're having city centers and different places to go, offering different things for different people, and it's amazing. And it's gonna really, that plus, and I know I talk about it at length, the microtransit and multimodal, really are gonna make, I think, Pompano even more of a example of what everything can be. I've actually seen like a couple other cities recently start talking about doing a downtown now. Probably, I would assume, based on seeing what Pompano is talking about doing. As far as seats at the table, I love that this, we're projecting over 8,000 recurring and construction jobs. Those are seats at the table for people to be able to take. Well, recurring jobs in the, hopefully, headquarters and corporate section that we're trying to bring in with the office space. Those are jobs that you can either get further training from or come back from college to, or start in the mailroom, climb up to wherever you can get to. That's the goals. As far as the homeless issue, yes, that's a whole South Florida, Broward County, nationwide issue. And I'm glad that our legislative partners in the state and hopefully DC are also looking at it and seeing the problem. Hopefully we can all come up with more tools in the toolbox to address the mental health crisis that goes hand in hand with that as well. We each can only do so much, but at least providing the economic opportunities, the job growth opportunities, can start to at least ease the ones who are in just financial struggles. I think, and going back to, which also ties into the affordable housing, which is also plaguing all of South Florida, the county, based on our population influx in the recent years. A lot of that goes to supply and demand. There's not enough rental units on the market right now to not have the price skyrocket. I agree, I do residential rentals. It is crazy what some people are asking for their units. Pompano, though, has the second most affordable housing units, just second to Fort Lauderdale, and we're working to continue to make these things happen. Part of the affordability, it has to do with the way Broward County and the state set up the prices. But I do believe that the market dictates a lot. And as we have more options for housing, as we have more options for jobs, housing will become more attainable and for more people. And I agree with someone gave the quote from Blanche Ely, "Whatever you do, be the best." I loved that. I thought that was a great quote that I'd never heard before. And that's what I'm looking for us to do here in Pompano. What we're going to do here, we're going to be the best. We're going to bring in the best and make this the most awesome downtown we can here in Pompano. I may have more, but I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Further commission discussion, concerns? Commissioner Fournier?
Thank you, Mayor. So I sit here really at a crossroads today. We heard a lot. I've sat up here for 18 months now, begging and pleading with my colleagues to respond to the legitimate concerns of the people that I represent. And those concerns are kind of colliding with this project right now. At the last meeting to select a partner, I took a leap of faith and I voted yes to working with Roca Point. I did that because I do believe we owe it to the community to do something here. Serica and many others said it. We have to do something to improve the area. And I still believe that Roca Point is the right partner. So Phil, I appreciate you and your commitment to this. I do want to thank everyone in the city for all of their work since October. This has been a huge undertaking. So Suzette, Nguyen, your dedication to it is really commendable. Thank you. But it is my job to represent the people of the city and in particular my district. And what I hear over and over is we need to moderate development. We need to avoid becoming Fort Lauderdale. We need to use more common sense. People care about affordability, they care about traffic, they care about their neighborhoods. And so that's how I'm evaluating this agreement and this project. And in my meetings with the city and with Roca Point, I've told you the things that I need to see to support this. First, I have to be comfortable with the economics. We are giving a lot here. I still believe, I always have, that moving City Hall is a big waste of money. So we are taking on a really big financial burden to do so, A burden that, when you look at the numbers, my kids will still be paying when they're my age. It's a tough one. I said that to my son, and he goes, no way. So we are contributing, keep in mind, we are contributing about $79 million worth of land that we have used taxpayer dollars to acquire over the years. That's part of our contribution here. And the CRA is outlaying another $30 million to acquire additional parcels. Some of these, these are holdouts, and they know what they're going to get for some of this. And then we're outlaying another $65 million that we're issuing a bond for infrastructure. And I think there's another $8 million in there somewhere for parking. So after all that investment, we are then signing up to pay $13 million a year in rent for a new city hall and a new Pat Larkin Center, which I heard today it's not clear that it's even wanted. So we are signing up for 30 years, paying $13 million. You do the math on that, and we are going to end up paying about $370 million for a new city hall and a new Pat Larkin Center and some parking. That's how financing works. When I hear from a lot of people, what we have today is workable. We heard that over and over. So I do appreciate the analysis that was done that shows the increase in the tax base and the subsequent tax revenues, and that we will also recoup money in land sales. All of that is true. But those items are further in the future, and they are less certain. There is more inherent risk in that. So let's say as this project goes on, it shrinks, or we only build half the residential units. We've seen changes over at the Pomp and Live and the Cordish project. We will see changes here. So if it doesn't play out in the same way that we think right now with the amount of residential units, the office space, maybe there's more weakness in office than we expect. Maybe the land sales don't materialize like we think. That impacts the economics, and we've signed up for paying rent, and we have signed up at that point for increased general operating costs for the city with all this additional infrastructure that we're building, the need for police, public works, public safety, everything. So there are a lot of expenses to this, and the revenue, while there is some, it is relatively uncertain to me. So we are outlaying $500 million of value. And the developer, they're doing the work, they should get paid, but they're going to get $30 million in fees, and they're going to get a whole waterfall of profits from land sales. So we are outlaying tens of millions of dollars by the time we're done with this, probably, in consulting fees and legal fees. And we're going to have a CRA that's highly leveraged at that point with the bonds that we've issued. So to me, there is a lot of economic leakage in this. There always is in deals like this, and there's a lot of ways that a lot of entities are enriching themselves off of our residents. So I do not,
ladies and gentlemen, please,
believe this project does anything to help affordability for the residents of our city. So that's the first thing, affordability. Now let's talk about traffic. I am a dog with a bone, Commissioner Moss. So when Roca Point early on rejected Atlantic Boulevard for retail frontage and was talking about pedestrian bridges, I thought, you know what, I have some hope that they understand what's going on here and how the Atlantic Boulevard gridlock actually hurts this project. So people avoid coming to Pompano. I hear it from people who live in Coral Springs, Parkland, Coconut Creek. They don't want to come to Pompano anymore because it's a traffic mess. People move out of Pompano to get away from it, and there are people who decide not to move here because of it. So, quick fact, do you know that every single road in Broward County that goes from I-95 to the beach is 3 lanes going to 95? Yeah. So was Atlantic Boulevard. Was. But for some reason that defies common sense, in a time of extreme growth in our city, we went backwards. And Atlantic Boulevard, that debacle has literally undermined people's faith in the smart decisions that this commission and prior commissions have made to redevelop the beach and other areas. So I don't know how people are going to get to your downtown. One answer is through the neighborhoods of District 3, because that's what everyone does right now to get anywhere, and we don't want it anymore. The enormous empty sidewalk that's taken shape on the north side of Atlantic Boulevard is just a reminder of the ridiculous decision, and I've heard from countless people about how frustrated they are to see that empty, huge sidewalk while they're sitting in gridlock. It is not somewhere they plan on walking. So the traffic engineers that reduced Atlantic Boulevard knew it wouldn't have adequate capacity. It was dependent, the plan was dependent on people finding alternate routes, and they have. And it's through our neighborhoods. Those have been sacrificed. We've created a mess on Cypress Road. We've put speed humps everywhere. You kids can't play in the front yard anymore. And now we're taking this and we're putting City Hall in the epicenter of the gridlock. We're essentially disenfranchising people from City Hall. They can't get there. Who wants to fight gridlock and park in a parking garage to go pay a water bill or pull a permit? So I was disappointed to not have this project look holistically and look at the infrastructure surrounding it, like Atlantic Boulevard, and come up with a better plan. That was neglected, and I think that's a problem. Lastly, neighborhoods and the type of housing that's going in here. I tell everyone who will listen, I want to see different housing products in our city. We need affordable housing. We need entry-level ownership opportunities for young people and families. We cannot build a sustainable city based on luxury condos at the beach, the limited inventory of single-family homes we have,
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let the commissioner speak so we can all hear her. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
We can't do it with the limited inventory of single-family homes, the luxury condos, and the shoebox apartments that we're building everywhere. The middle is missing. We need affordable housing at all income levels. I'm talking about people who make $40,000 to $50,000, $60,000 a year, teachers, people who work in public safety. They can't afford to live in the communities they serve, and that's wrong. We need entry-level ownership opportunities in this community. That helps people put down roots. That helps people build generational wealth. And that's how we attract and retain skilled employees and families, and it's how we build the workforce that we want. We are missing this in our city, and this land was one of those great opportunities to do something about it. And I think we are missing that opportunity with this. I don't see a commitment to affordable housing, and I do not see the Northwest community included in a meaningful way. The inclusion language in the agreement is completely toothless. There's no numbers in it. Maybe legally we can't, but what I will tell you is it's also the only section in this agreement that ends with a line that says non-compliance of this section doesn't constitute a breach of the agreement. It's a token gesture to a community that is going to be upended and displaced by this project. So I hear the pleas for respect, inclusion, and not just a seat at the table, but influence. What you want is influence at that table. And I don't see how this plan right now is doing that. So this is our opportunity to get it right. We have to do something that we can't sit still, but I don't think we're ready. I think there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. So there's not protection for our neighborhoods, there's not a common sense plan for traffic, and as a true financial conservative, the economics of this agreement aren't a deal I'm willing to do with your money, the residents of this city and your money. So those are my thoughts.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Mr. Skaversky, I'll ask you to please stop with the applause. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Okay, further commission discussion. Commissioner Moss.
Yes, well, thank you for bringing up the fact that, yes, you are a dog with a bone. And I understand that because you represent a district that is almost exclusively single-family homes, where homes have anywhere between 3 and 4 cars in their driveway, and they lament about traffic that's brought on by other people, not their 3 or 4 cars, but other people's cars. I have never, some people see the glass half full. Some people see the glass half empty. Commissioner Fournier, you see the glass half empty, dirty, chipped around the edge, filled with polluted water. Is there nothing good about any of this that's going on? Is there nothing good? I mean, I think we have to have faith in the future. Give me an example when any community has invested a lot of time, energy, and effort in something of this magnitude where it has failed. The gentleman from Boston mentioned the combat zone, which I also know. Washington, D.C., DuPont Circle, Sheridan Circle, the Thomas Circle, all of this revitalization that's going on has gone on through a lot of planning and input from the
Excuse me, Commissioner Moss. Mr. Skaversky, I'm going to ask you.
Ask him to get out of here. Would you please?
Stop. Mr. Skaversky, I'm going to ask you.
Ask him to
stop
leave.
with the conversations. If you want to have a conversation, take it outside. This is my first request. Thank you. Go ahead.
And this is the gentleman that told us we were all morons and that the only person up here with an intellect is Commissioner Fournier, who is a genius.
Looking out and choosing the wrong
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
You know, Mr. Mayor, I think you're too nice to some of these people. I mean, Mr. Seversky comes here with the soul and express purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen, seriously, we got to conduct this meeting, so please, if you're unhappy, I understand it, but take it out in the lobby. Let us have this conversation time. You can play it back on YouTube, that's fine, but let us go now. Thank you. Keep it quiet. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Commissioner Moss.
So you can name city after city after city where these things have taken place, San Antonio, Riverwalk, it goes on everywhere. And it seems as though some people have absolutely no faith in this community to go forward and to do something good. It's everything is bad, everything is lousy, everything is going to fail. And I think it's just very, very sad that that's the truth. And I congratulate you on being a genius, and that genius is the one who appointed you genius, so it must have rubbed off on you. So bottom line is, so many of you see nothing good with any of this at all. It's very disappointing.
This is not about me.
No, well, yes, it is, to a certain extent.
Commissioner Moss has the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Yeah, clam up.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to get through this unless we can have some quiet, okay?
Who interrupted you?
Just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain something to you. The folks up here, they were elected. This is their time to speak. You guys were given ample opportunity to speak. I understand you may not be happy with some of the things that come out. I understand that. I'm not trying to appease you or make you like what's being said. That's not what this is about. But this is about common courtesy. Let us up here speak. Now, if you don't want to listen to it, you're free to leave. But in the meantime, please be quiet. I don't want to have to throw anybody out. I don't want to have to clear this area of folks and say everybody out in the lobby. I don't want to do that. But if we can't conduct this meeting, I'll have to. So please, just bear with us just a little while longer. I think we're getting close to wrap up. Now, Commissioner Moss, please go ahead. You've got the floor.
Thank you. And I'd like to point out that nobody interrupted the speakers when they came forward. Bottom line is this.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Bottom line is this. You can't affect change by not changing anything, and that's what some of the people here want to do. We have to have faith in the future of this community. We have to have faith in the people of this community. We have to have faith in our developer, who has a very strong track record of what they've done in other communities, and I think that the naysayers just are going to be the downfall of this community. Change is inevitable. It's going to happen whether you want it to or not. So you might as well work with the change and be a part of it instead of just sitting on the side of the road and being annoyed by it.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you. Mayor, I would ask that you enforce that same respect up here on the dais. Telling someone to clam up is altogether inappropriate and disrespectful, and I don't think we should speak to each other like that either. And I don't think that you should allow that.
Very good. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please.
Allison did that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Moss.
I'm not done. Oh, I'm not done.
Yeah, you've got the
yeah.
floor.
So I didn't sit here and say everything's bad. I actually said, thank you for all your hard work. I said people like Serica and others have excellent points. We can't sit still and we can't do nothing with all of this vacant land sitting over there. I said we're not ready. I said there are a lot of things that still need to be addressed that matter to the people I represent and that I don't think we're ready. That's what I said.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor?
Very good. Commissioner Fournier, you
You
finished?
finished? In terms of, respect for those of us that are up here and what we say to one another, I would like to point out there have been many occasions when we have been called racist by members of this commission, and nobody has stood up and said anything about it. So respect goes a long way, both ways.
Very good. Further commission discussion.
Mayor.
Let's see. Who was that? Oh, Commissioner Perkins, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you, Mayor.
I know, I wasn't sure where the voice came from.
I'm not asleep yet, yeah. I wanted to thank the community for coming out to this meeting. You can tell how important it was for the community. Although we're here to talk about the master developer agreement, we're talking about so many other things up here on the dais. And it was a good time for people to walk up to the podium and express how they feel and what they would like to see in this project and how they feel about it, basically. But are you still with us, Mr. Greg Harrison?
Mm-hmm.
You are? Okay. Just want to make sure you're listening. So first of all, sitting on this dais, we have to understand that we come from many walks of life, and our experiences are different in life and how we live and how we see and view life. My walk of life was born and raised in Pompano Beach. I can tell you so many different...
I'm sorry.
I apologize, Commissioner. It's difficult to hear you way down here. Could you pull your mic a little more forward? If you would. I'd like to hear you.
Okay. Nope.
So anyway, what I was saying is that someone had mentioned the quality of life, and I don't know what that means pretty much in my district. For me, the project did not start off the correct way or the way I think it should have started off. We had 2 meetings, one at the Emmylou Olson and one at the Culture Arts, and not one meeting in the Northwest. So, of course, I had to call a meeting in the Northwest, invited Phil. He came out and spoke to the community. And that was saying to the African-American community, we don't think enough of you to have it. Well, if you having something on the beach, if you're changing something on the beach, you're going to have the meeting at the E. Pat Larkin Center? No. And that's how it was handled from the beginning. So I am very happy to know that a lot of people brought up the fact about the E. Pat Larkin Center. There is no way I'm going to go against his wife. You know, when she said her husband's legacy, I was there when they had the groundbreaking. I was there for all of that. So for her to say that, I would not go against her wish. But the $2 billion is going to be spent on 75 acres, and it's not going to be spent outside of that. And that means everything around it will remain slum and blighted. So you're just putting $2 billion on 75 acres, and that's it. And not to mention now, the history of that land and how this land was received by the city and CRA. So we're not going to even go there. But I do want to mention the E. Pat Larkin Center now is about 13,000 square feet. And then we're talking about building a new E. Pat Larkin Center for 20,000 feet, which is not much of a difference at all. So I've been meeting with Phil Mays. Stand up, Phil. People want to know who you are. Stand up. I've been meeting with Phil along with a few other people. Awesome guy. We've had some very interesting conversations about some of the things that we would like to be included in this project from the area. And we put together a list of things that we wanted to see possibly in this project. And as of today, we don't have anything in writing. So we've had 2 meetings with staff, I should say, with CRA and with city staff. And they were one-on-one meetings with all of the commissioners, and everybody in those meetings wanted to know why I didn't have anything to say and why was I not asking questions. Because I felt in those meetings that everything had already been planned, organized, rehearsed, and strategized. So what am I supposed to say? It's a done deal. You know, what am I supposed to say? So I remember saying that I wanted to have the Northwest involved in this project, and I do remember one of the commissioners saying, this is not your project, it's a city project, which it is. But, as I state again, when we remodeled on the beach, we had to address everybody that live around the beach. When we also did the same thing in Palm Air, well, I should say the casino. When we remodeled that whole casino area, we had to consider all those people that live in Palm Air. So why wouldn't you consider the people that live around MLK? So the problem I have with this project is that nothing has been put in writing to say what we're going to give this community, what we're going to give back. Because you got to remember now, we had the CRA for almost 60-some years, and we spent about $40 million, and we have nothing to show for it. Now, here we come with the project, and everybody's saying, okay, Beverly, vote for it. Just trust us. We'll give you what you want later. We don't trust that. We don't trust that at all. Half of the people in Pompano don't even trust staff, because staff works over here and don't connect over here. Staff go to school, they're professionals, they do what they do, and they feel as though they don't have to communicate with the people. But they work for the people in the community. So there are a lot of things we need to consider with this project. So this team and I, we met with Phil, I guess 5 or 6 times, right, Phil? So with the minds that I put together, we were trying to come up with what we can get from this project or what could benefit and help improve the surrounding area. So while Phil and I was in the meeting, it was about 7 or 8 of us, and we said, well, okay, what about a E. Pat Larkins Convention Center? To hold about 800 people, and then we can have different wings on the center or educated component to it, where we can bring in vocational and hospitality program and connect it with Blanche Ely and Pompano High School. And we put all this together. And then we came up with another component. We said, okay, well, what about placing the Northwest Pompano into this history of this 75 acres? So we talked about the Sports Hall of Fame Museum. We talked about a Pioneer Museum. We talked about the historical business way to acknowledge those old businesses that used to be on used to be on Rock Road and Hammondville Road back in the day, so that we don't lose that. Then we put together a residential housing item here about workforce housing and how we need affordable housing. None of this stuff was addressed. We put together something here about the developers and contractors. It wasn't addressed. We have a list on here about the tenants' relocation and transition. Not addressed. We mentioned the employment in the Northwest community. Hire 2 consultants from the Northwest community and let them help with job placement. Nothing. And lastly, we listed community benefits. So I wanted to see some community benefits in the community from our support to our schools. So when it comes to our schools, Mr. Mayor, we've been fighting almost 20 years to get a roof on Markham. It's so bad, they're no longer in the school, they're all in portables, including the principal's office. So this is what they do. They don't have a cafeteria because the whole building is gone. So they're all in portables. So the cafeteria staff every day goes over to Blanche Ely High School and cook the kids' meals. They bring the kids' meals back, they hand the kids' meals out on a little tray. They walk with the tray to their portable. Half of them fall because they can't handle these trays. This is what we're going through. Over at Sanders Park, where you help plant the little landscaping, you should go over there and look at that parking lot and see how flooded it is when it rains. These are just small things, but if we had community benefits and we can give back to our schools need a lot of help. So I haven't heard anything about community benefits in this project at all. So I just think that with the project and what's been presented to me and the way it's been presented to me, I can't support this. I'm listening to everybody that walked up to the podium and spoke, and my mind kept telling me all day, I want you to get on that dais and listen like you've never listened before. And that's what I did. So I had to even take notes when some people were talking because they were saying things I never even thought of. But this is a cry for the community. I like Phil Mays. I think he's an awesome guy. But I think this is such a big project for Phil. There is a divide in the city. And Phil, I can tell he cares. He wants to help with the problem. But the problem is not Phil. The problem with this city started long before Phil came about. But we're expecting him to bring this project together with the animosity and the racism that goes on in this city. It's not fair to him. But I really do believe he means well. But at this particular time, I'm not going to, but I do have a question for the attorney. Is there any way in the contract that we could add, that 30% of the developers has to be from local participation? Can we add that in the contract?
The challenge that we have with that is what I spoke about earlier, that this is an agreement between the CRA and the city and the developer. And so to the extent that we've got CRA funding involved, we've got to use those monies on eligible activities. So what we have concluded is that the best way to resolve that is with all of the provisions that we do have in Article 20 that will meet and most likely exceed any percentage that we would have put in the agreement that wouldn't be lawful.
Okay, because what it sounds like is the contract has been put together. Nothing can be added or taken away from it at this point. And you want me to say okay to this project. I mean, I want to. This project is going to happen whether I vote for it or not. I get that part. I really understand that. All I'm saying is, the way that the city has been doing things, and you've been hearing me talk about this a while from the dais, you're still doing the same thing. You've heard the people come up to this podium and just spill out their guts and tell you what they think and what they feel, and everybody sits up here and as though they don't hear it. And then you have staff sitting over there, and they just do their own thing. And you have a dais that's sitting up here that only hears what they want to hear. And a lot of people forget we're for the people. I hear you, Commissioner McGee, on the other end, but you have no clue. I mean, you are so disconnected when it comes to people. I listened to you tonight. I mean, I really listened to you, because a lot of times I can't hear you from there either. But I listened to you. And how often do you come over where we live?
Can I answer?
Yes. Let her answer. Yes.
I've sold many families over in District 4, District 3, District 2, Palmyra. I'm a residential realtor. I do sell everywhere in Pompano.
Oh, so you sell homes in my district, in my community?
I have, yes.
You have? Well, the way you talk, honey, you can't relate. That's just my opinion. I mean, like I said, we come from we come from different walks of life. I get it. But I'm really listening to you tonight like never before.
Commissioner, oh wait.
No, but go ahead.
No, I understand, because there's things that you have said and others on this dais that I don't understand the logic on.
Well, I'm sure you don't.
Well, for instance, you said multiple times that that we needed to reach out to the community, that the developer needed to reach out. Yet you then also said he met with you 5 or 6 times, which is more than I did, and that he also threw
No. I didn't say, no, I did not say the developer needs to reach out to the community. I did not say that. What I said is that developer is being put in a position I think he shouldn't be put in. I just met with me and the group.
And he also
met with the E-Pat Larkins with the entire community that was want to come or attend.
That's my point. Is
your point is
I'll come
wrong.
back to you. Commissioner Perkins still has the floor. I'll come back to you, Vice Mayor.
What I said.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So, anyway, for that reason, I would not. But like I said, on this dais, I still do believe in collegiate voting, and that's what I've done 90% of the time that I've been sitting here. So I've never voted against anything on the beach that I can think of. I just believe that if those are your constituents on the beach, you know what they need and want, because you're their voice. And that's how I vote sitting here. I have no idea what I'm going to vote, how I'm going to vote until I get to the meeting. But if that audience is packed out there, I'm going with the residents, if it's not in my district. But normally I vote with the district commissioner, and that is very clear. Thank you, I'm done for now.
Very good.
Is the,
Vice Mayor?
the city manager still with us?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
All right.
So yeah, I'll just go back through the logic that I've heard up here that no, I don't understand. So I don't understand how you can say, how anyone can say that the developer and the city hasn't reached out when they had the 3 meetings at the community centers. I would have loved to have had a community center meeting at my district, but I don't have one. So we went to the Emma Lou Olson Center.
We need to get you one.
We drove over there. So other things that were said is that, you know, from Commissioner from District 3, is that she's concerned over the feasibility of us recouping monies in the plan that was put forward. But she doesn't seem to be concerned about Roca Point making money, because she says they will. I have been accused at times of trying to run the city more like a business than we can. We can't make a profit, I get that. But Roca Point is a developer, and they're investing in this to make a profit. I don't believe their investors, their C-suite people would take any of this lightly, and I don't think they would be coming to Pompano if they didn't believe in this project on a monetary side, on an economic side, that this would be a success, that they would make the money back that they invest. And I believe the city, based on our staff's interpretation and also the consultants that have been brought in, is when you do develop, when a city invests in a location like this, we can't fix the whole city. We cannot redevelop everybody's house. We can't, you know, do that. But by strategically and smartly investing in areas, it spreads. It's, you know, like Bill Gates like, and success spreads. And the properties tend to come up, and they tend to bring in, yes, new people. But new people are new businesses, new employers, new employees, new patrons to the restaurants that we bring in here. You know, no business is going to survive unless people come to it and spend their money there. And that's what we're creating from the city, because that's what a city can do, is we can create location for people to come and spend money and enjoy and be in Pompano. You know, I had a little rush to get here. I was helping my sister with my nephew, and so I timed myself because I was worried. I got from about Marine Max on US 1 to City Hall and here in about 8 minutes flat. I did. I looked at the clock. I was really worried, actually. But 8 minutes flat. Yep, coming right down Atlantic. That's the only way I can come. There's no back roads that way. So I had to come straight down Atlantic, got here in 8 minutes at 5:50 traffic. I left at 5:52. I got here at 6. So that it just is what it is. And then as far as the limited single families, I wish there was more single family availability. I do. First off, we're landlocked. Broward County's built out. There's no, we can invent land for single family, I'm sure we would do that. The other problem we have is investors in the single family marketplace who have come in, Airbnbs, rentals, investment trusts, and you know, I know Commissioner Eaton has pointed out her district is over 50% rentals. You know, there's a legislation being floated around from a congressman out of Oregon that I love that would limit investment trusts' ability to play in the single-family marketplace, that I actually think, if it took traction, could open the market back up. But until something happens at that level, again, we're built out. There aren't massive tracts that we can build single-family homes. We did do an amazing one with Habitat for Humanity and brought in those single-family homes, but locations are sparse, and construction costs are high. So if you are building those, you're still going to have your housing starting in the $300,000 and $400,000 for basic housing, starter families, and that's the reality we live in. So I do think that the strategy of having maybe more affordable condos or apartments that could eventually go condo conversion to allow people to own their home. I live in a condo. I own a condo. I don't have a yard, but I love it. It's my starter home. And that's still a home. Just because you're vertical instead of on the ground doesn't make it any less of a home. So there's a lot of things here, you know, to unpack. I think we have, strategized and been blessed with a fabulous partner in Roca Point. I've seen the work they've shown us that they've done elsewhere. I think they're invested both monetarily and with their heart to making this project amazing. And I think there any sort of hiccup or tweak that we need to make along the way, we'll all get together and work it out. But the time cost of money is true. We've waited 30 years for this. Trying to wait longer and maybe, find I don't know why we would wait, honestly. That it doesn't make any sense to wait any longer than we have. Let it sit and be a dumping ground for, we're constantly hearing about trash being put around places or homeless and all, there's all these reasons to take the plunge, take the leap of faith, put the positive energy in and make something awesome. So I'm excited to support this project and make something awesome in Pompano. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you. I want to respond to a couple things. First, to the Vice Mayor, maybe you don't understand the flow of money and property here, but we are paying $30 million in fees, and we are giving away the land to sell. So I would hope that they would be able to make money. Whereas, as the CRA city, we are spending $112 million and committing to $13 million a year in rent for the next 30 years. So it's different economics for us than it is for the developer. With respect to my comments on entry-level ownership, that's exactly what I was talking about. Entry-level implies something like condos. So I say that all the time. I wish we would get more of that in my district. The beach gets all the condos, my district gets all the apartments, all the studios and one-bedroom apartments. So that's something, the market decides, not us, but I really would like to see more entry-level ownership opportunities in this plan. I want to address Ms. McKenna. Claudia, I have a follow-up question. So I understand that you said legally we can't write into the documents certain things because this is an agreement between the CRA and city and Roca Point, not the developers. But is there some creative legal way to financially incentivize or penalize them? Not with goals, but to incentivize them to do that.
I would like to think that all of the provisions that we've put into the agreement are an incentive for them to do exactly that, because obviously what we've said is we need a successful project. We have specifically written in that we need local participation. We have
I hear you, but can you connect those two things in the document? Can you, I understand you're saying to be successful, there needs to be inclusion, but we can't write anything about goals for inclusion, but if perhaps we could incentivize them to ensure that they partner with developers and businesses and
the agreement.
But there's no,
the agreement.
It just says it, and then it says if they don't do it, it doesn't matter.
Well, I'm gonna just offer to you that we, the city and the CRA, direct the developer. It's our project. If you see that the developer is not measuring up to your expectations about equal opportunities and opportunities for inclusion, you certainly can bring pressure to bear. It doesn't mean that it's a default under the agreement, but let's face it, that developer is going to be looking at you every quarter and is going to recognize that there will be consequences. They may not be a breach of the agreement, but there will be consequences. If the developer is not performing in the manner that we want, you're certainly going to be able to put pressure on the developer.
Pressure is different than, this is a legal document, and this is what people, lays out everyone's obligations to each other and the remedies if you don't perform. It's just an idea.
And I understand that, and I understand the frustration of folks wanting to have a specific number. But at the end of the day, what we've written into this legal document is some pretty significant protection for the city and the CRA to end up with a successful project with an incredible amount of local participation that is driven in large part by the city and the CRA. We're going to be the ones making sure that the public opportunities are available.
And I guess I listened, like Commissioner Perkins did, to the community and heard a lot on this, and there is some level of mistrust.
Understood.
So I'm looking to make it more concrete. So we're giving away lots of money in this agreement. I mean, what if they hit some kind of threshold of, I don't know, 40%, 50% local contractors, and they have to push that through to the developers, then they get some other incentive payment. It's an...
Yeah, I fully appreciate what you are suggesting.
Because you're not legally obligated, you're incentivizing, not setting a quota or goal or threshold.
You are. You're creating a binding legal obligation that...
It's just an option. If they get there, they get the extra money.
So you
the
wanna-
community would
you wanna
feel like there was
increase-
something to it, something to point to.
So what I think I hear you saying is, can you increase this budget to include some kind of an amount for a performance by the developer to meet a particular goal of local participation?
Or shift some of it around, yes.
Okay.
So that's a question, maybe we don't have an answer to it right now, but it is something, as I'm listening to some of the frustration.
Well, here's what I would recommend. I would recommend that because the developer has been working since October with no agreement, and the reason we're here tonight is to let the developer know that we do want the developer to be our partner and we need this agreement. What I would strongly recommend is that you approve the agreement in its form and make a motion that we negotiate with the developer an amendment to the agreement that addresses this particular concern. We can always come back and amend this agreement, but what we have to do tonight is let the developer know that there is a legal document that commits the city and the CRA to being their partner. Otherwise, they have no incentive to stick around.
I understand, and I think some of Commissioner Perkins' frustration, and I share, which is we're handed this and told, this is the agreement.
That's it.
Well, and so I read the agreement, and then I was told, no, this isn't, there's changes, there's a new one. So there's never an opportunity to provide input before we sit up here. We sit with them and we talk, but it never makes its way into documents. So that's some of the frustration. I'm going to leave that at that. I want to say one last thing, because I don't want to be viewed as negative, Commissioner Moss.
Welcome.
I'm not. I mean, I didn't support the charter amendments going to the ballot, but I think Mr. Berman would tell you that I spent quite a bit of time with him working to try and make those as good as they could possibly be, because even though I knew that I wasn't going to support them, I knew they were going to end up on the ballot. So it's my responsibility to make sure that that product is as good as it possibly can be. And I will always take the time and do the work to make sure that we get it right. And I will do the same thing here. I will always work as hard as I possibly can to support whatever gets passed up here and make sure that we do the absolute best thing for Pompano Beach. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Okay, I'd like to just announce that we have a resolution up here. I don't think the public has seen it, but it's from the Pompano Beach Economic Development Council supporting this, that we move forward with this proposal. Just want to put that on the record there. So finally, basically, we got a plan that was started in 1988. We've been working on all this time since Pat Larkins was mayor, which, yeah, and the plan was to eventually do something. It wasn't just to knock down buildings and buy up properties and become a land bank and impoverish a neighborhood in Pompano Beach. That wasn't the purpose behind it. That's not why Mayor Pat Larkins supported it. he supported it because he saw the future. He knew that something needed to happen there because, no, we didn't want to have Jones Quarters occupying that space along Atlantic Boulevard. We didn't want to have all those kinds of things that were there at that time. He wanted something better for his community, for our community. And finally, we come to the point, okay, Commissioner Perkins, should I wait for you? Very good. Okay, well, anyway, so yeah. Just a word to the public. Listen, we hear you, I hear you, each of us up here hears what you said, and yeah, we take it serious. It's important. And when I first got here tonight, in fact, I said to the city manager, I said, wow, this is a great crowd. It's great that we've got this many people here for this issue, and I truly believe that. That's fantastic. And, you know, and what Dodie Keith said earlier tonight is true. We need to move forward, but we need to stay engaged, and we will tweak this thing. We will make it better. And I know there's some out there who think, nope, it's done. In fact, I'm looking at them right now, and I disagree. It's not done. This is a work in progress. It's going to be great for our city. It's going to be great for the Northwest. It is going to build generational wealth. It's going to create opportunities for folks that have not had opportunities in our Northwest and in the city of Pompano Beach forever. And it's time that we move forward. It's, you know, people talk about the greedy developers. Well, they are. They're greedy. Nothing wrong with that. There was a movie all about that. Greed is good. I don't think it should go that far, but developers, they want to make money. Phil Mays over there. Phil, it's Phil, right? Yes, that's what I thought. Phil Mays over there, he wants to make money, but he also is not going to continue to spend resources indefinitely without at least some kind of an idea that, wow, he's going to have a partner going forward. And that's, I mean, he knows the history of the city. He knows that we put this out before. He knows it didn't work. Now, there was lots of reasons for that. It wasn't just the city, but there was lots of reasons for it. But he looked at it based upon the team that we have, and thank you to the team. Mr. Harrison, thank you for the entire staff and all of the experts that we have hired. But he knew by looking at the team that we brought together and what we had been doing in Pompano Beach, the fact that we had taken the hard steps. We had actually faced the rocks being thrown at us from the folks who live on the beach area when we were going through those painful changes over there where, yeah, there were a lot of people who wanted to just, no, you're going to vote us out of office. I've heard that a lot in my career as an elected official because people get upset over things, and I understand that. And, you know, luckily, I've been able to survive long enough so people can see that, yeah, the promise that we said was there, it is there. And it comes to pass that, yeah, people realize, wow, okay, yeah, I was ready to throw you out of office, but yeah, you guys did a pretty good job. And I hope, and I firmly believe, and I hope and pray that we are all live long enough to see this project come to fruition and see the promise that Pat Larkins saw in this area. Because, you know, we're not doing this for, I mean, some people think, oh, it's all about the money. Well, it's not about the money for us. It's about the community for us. That's the reason we do this. Now, Phil Mays, I mean, he's doing it for money, but he also has his heart in the community. But the city, I mean, we don't get paid extra for doing this. Suzette, I mean, she'd much rather be at home right now. It's about the community, and that's what this is really for. And I'm very, very optimistic. I think this is fantastic, and I fully support it. But yeah, I heard what the community said. Yes, I'm concerned about the community participation, the fact that we need to make sure that we have adequate, and I'm not going to say we need to have 50%, but adequate participation of local folks, but not just local folks, also folks that are African American. Yes, I'll say that freely. And I'm going to work to make sure that we do have that. And I think that developer over there, Phil Mays, I think he will see to it that that happens. Very good. All right. Anything further? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Do we need a motion?
Moment.
No, it's already been moved and seconded.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, Commissioner Perkins. I'm sorry, I thought you left.
Commissioner Fournier,
No.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
No.
Commissioner Seeger-Sneaton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 2 is a resolution.
A resolution of the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency approving and authorizing the proper officials to execute an interlocal agreement between the CRA and the City of Pompano Beach relating to master development of the city's downtown, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Once again, Ms. Siddle.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the CRE Board. This is Suzette Sibler, Assistant City Manager. The item before you is approval of an interlocal agreement between the city and CRA. You just voted on the Master Development Agreement, which outlines the obligations of both the city and CRA. That does require a lot of coordination and cooperation among the entities. So this agreement lays out those obligations between the city and CRA in order to make sure that we basically deliver on those obligations outlined in the Master Development Agreement. That concludes my comments, subject to questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. Don't be shy. Come on, Mr. Phillips. Just name and address for the record.
Vincente Thrower, Pompano Beach. Yes, Mayor, you all did just vote. But Mayor, you know what you could have done? You still should have put a motion out there and made staff try to put that 30% into the situation. Though it may not have passed, you should have still told you want to know something, Mayor? I remember the days back in, and this has to do with this same situation, where you all told staff to make it happen, and it's not your responsibility to figure out how to make it happen. It's the city attorney's responsibility to figure out how to put it into something. It's still his responsibility to be the attorney for this city to figure out how to make your wishes come to pass. Because where you don't do that, if you all got to go to the county with this developer for anything else, you already know how this is going to play out. That the county will object to anything that this developer brings before them if we're not happy. So I hope to the general counsel and the assistant general counsel that none of this has to go to the county for anything. And I hope that you don't seek any federal funding from my congresswoman. Because if we're not happy, how do you think y'all gonna be happy? You could have at least made a motion tonight to figure out how to put 30% in there. You got a former county commissioner sitting here telling y'all that we can do something, but we didn't even put a motion on the floor from none of y'all to say, don't tell us what can't be done. To the attorney, the assistant attorney, and to the city manager, tell us how can we do something. I don't like having to do this part, but to you, Vice Mayor, I think that I can find a state rep in your district that'll put a bill on the table next year that'll get us where we need to be to. I don't think y'all take this stuff serious. It is nothing wrong with making a motion and telling legal counsel to figure it out and come back and tell us that it can be done. And you ain't never take that before when you was the commissioner, Mayor. You would take your glasses off and say, it ain't my job to figure it out how to get it done. It's his job. So tonight again, Mayor, on this particular item that you're about to vote on, why can't you all not figure out where is it located at? We still don't even and when we wanted that bond passed, we worked together. The city manager had to work until the ninth hour to get our bill, to get our situation put before you all to make sure that there was local participation. But Mr. Harris, did you not get it done? So why could you all not take that same feeling tonight and say that we're going to put something in the writing? You did it the ninth hour, and that is what made us come out and vote for the bond. And I'm waiting for it to get strengthened and become policy. So I'm hoping that we make things not just a suggestion, but make it a policy.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Mayor, Commissioners, I have a very difficult task here I'm getting ready to perform, but I'm going to perform it. My name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. You know, I remember in the past where this is a mighty big project. We've had a number of entities and people that have reached out to try to do this, and we did the financials. They couldn't do it. a number of them over the years. Pat even found a couple, because I remember, I was there. He found a couple, they couldn't do it. The project was just too big. So now we have a group, a developer that says, I think I can. Yes, I can. I'm going to support this initiative because I think he can too. And I think that there are some folks who are saying, well, what's the rush? We've been doing this for 10, 12 years, working on this. We've been showing up, a lot of us. Some people may just now be hearing about it, but this train, as someone said, has left the station a long time ago. And so I do agree with Mr. Thor on, because I've seen the CRA, whenever they have a will, they make it happen. And I do think 15% goal, which the county has 20% goal, that you need to make it happen. Now I need to digress real quick. Carl Weaver, Andy DeGraffenwright, Gwen Clark Reed, Sylvia Portier, Woody Portier, Bobby Grace, all have stood in areas where they were the only African Americans on the dais. During a time when you want to talk about racism, there really was racism.
You can call my name.
I never really saw, because I was around, never really saw those guys during the course of any kind of discussion on the dais get their self up and not participate in those conversations. I heard someone say, oh, y'all get together, and they were all there, and the deal was already made, and I didn't want to give my opinion. You were not elected not to give your opinion. Thank you.
Excuse me,
Sure.
are you talking to me?
Straight to
What was that again? I didn't hear what he said at the end.
Commissioner Perkins, I'm sorry, what was it?
Yeah, what did he say at the end? I didn't hear what he said at the end, that's all.
Next,
All right.
next speaker?
Yeah, y'all need to act like professionals up there. My name is Rob Phillips, and I'm at 2620 Northwest 10th Street. I want to thank the commissioners in a whole, because I come from the era of picking beans, and I was from I came in 1964 from Ohio, and Cleveland. When I got to Pompano, I was shocked and amazed because I had a culture shock. It was slum and blight in 1964. There were palmetto fields. Nobody ever believed that we would have any type of innovation coming to the Northwest section. I am happy today that change has come about, because I was one of the ones out there picking beans, walking through the palmetto fields. My family, we were poor. There's Miss McGee, there are people on the dais that don't know anything about being poor. They know about are here poor, but they can't speak on it. We have people that were raised up in a middle class that talk about the poor, but they're never poor. They never go up without a meal.
Mr. Phillips.
The innovation that's coming up right now, I think it is great, and I think that it's something that's going to happen, and when it does happen, I'm going to be dead and gone. But I think it's something for our future generation to see, because the people that don't believe in what you said, the words you said, Miss McGee, is what every preacher tells you to do when you turn your life over to Christ. Take a leap of faith. Why not take a leap of faith and believe that change is going to come and it's going to be for the betterment of the Northwest section? I believe in change, because there's people on this dais, as I said, that have never been poor. They may think they know what poor is, but they've never been there. So I don't have anything against nobody that have been better off than me. I just say that this innovation is for everybody in Pompano. It's for red, yellow, black, and white. It's for the Haitians, for the Spanish people, for the Puerto Ricans, for the every nationality that's coming to Pompano. This is what this innovation is for. It's not just for one race. It's for all the races. But I do have sympathy, and I want the developer to know, don't displace them people without having some kind of task force to find out what you can do for those people. Don't just put them out there. Don't let that billionaire throw these people out to the dogs.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next speaker, please come forward. Name and address to the record. Any further speakers, please come forward.
Wayne Vereen, 2420 Northwest 7th Street, Collier City. I just want to say to this diocese, change is going to come, and we already know change is going to come. But what I want to say, Mayor, and everyone on this diocese, you all done made your decision on what you're going to do, and we know this is going to be a beautiful city. I just want to applaud Foreigner for what she said. I applaud Beverly, but I just want to say to the rest of y'all, you know, change is going to come to this area. We're going to go forward, but I want us to work together. Let us don't forget about our people. Listen to the people that's in this community. Any decisions that get ready to go forth in this community, listen to the people, because see, it hurts me to sit back when I see we got a beautiful city, all this changes is going on, but we're not listening to the voices of the people in the community. We got a lot of good leaders that has done paved the way for us, people that done been here, that done worked very hard, built businesses, left legacies, and they also created a history. But it's almost like you wiping away the history that the black folks brought to this city, only to put something up to say that you did it. Change is gonna come, but when you don't listen to the people, you're making a big mistake as a commissioner, as city officials, and then you have people looking at you in a different light. And I heard many people say, when you haven't been poor, or when you haven't been in blight situations, or been in bad situations where your house got leaks in it. I live in Collier City, and I look at the people's houses. People got leaks, some of them need repairs, but everything around us is getting built up, not only in Collier City, in District 4, District 5, and other areas. Remember that you all represent each district, but whenever you don't listen to the people, you're making a big mistake. Y'all pray for me.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Yes, here I am again. My name is Eula Foster. I live at 2856 Northwest 13th Street, Fort Lauderdale. And I came just to give some extra input. Two things, Mr. Mayor. I don't know who's supposed to take care of the situation about Markham's roof leaking where those children are, those little black and brown children. But I'm asking you out of your heart, and the rest of you all, if you all would take care of that, if that's your job. And if it's not, let us know. Maybe we can do something about it, because I don't like that.
Mayor?
Yes, let the lady speak. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, and I also like to say that I too knew E. Pat Larkins. He was my friend, and so was Mayor Skolnick out of Palmyra, my friend. They took a liking to working with, poor people that was out there in Golden Acres, now it's called, used to be the Farm Labor Project. Yeah, that's where I came from. And I don't know if I misunderstood Commissioner Perkins when she said that when she got the information, and so Ms. Fernier also, that it was already said and done in stone and all of this and nothing could be changed. Was that the situation? Mm-hmm. Shame on you all. You all are supposed to be working together, looking at the same paper. You affecting our lives. The Northwest section is not just thrown away. People live there. You all that's a big decision, and somebody that didn't even do a traffic study yet they want all their stuff approved. What if you do the traffic study and it's not feasible? It's a lot of stuff you're leaving out, which should have been already done. Somebody needs to do the work before it gets this far, and then we're told can't nothing be changed. Something wrong with that picture. That would affect your vote. if you had all of this information, but you all, you want to go forward with it, so think about it. I mean, you done already made the vote. But my thing is, the traffic study wasn't done. That's a big thing. And I'm surprised the developers didn't already take care of that. We have to live over there. You got 1,000 cars running through there, and we got to duck and dodge and whatever else we need to do. Think about it. You affected thousands of people's lives by your decision. And then you bring the paperwork to your friends late and tell them they can't change anything. Something is wrong with that picture. Don't treat her like we're being treated.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Perkins? Yes.
Yes, excuse me, I cut you off because I thought she was done. But the funding for Markham has been put aside for the school board to rebuild the entire school.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, I'm done.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner.
Joseph Wells, live in this great city of Pompano. To the attorneys, I just want to know, are you saying that it's against the law to put a percentage of minorities to work in a contract?
No, that's not what the attorneys were talking about.
So you can put it in there if you want to, correct? If you want to.
You're asking the attorney.
Can I ask, I'm sorry, Mayor, can I ask the?
So you're asking if we can, by contract, put people to work?
No, can you put a percentage that 30%, 15% of the work of the project can be done by minority, African American?
Ms. McKenna, she already responded. The answer is no, correct?
No,
At this point in time.
No, not at this point in time. I'm just saying.
Mr. Wells, Ms. McKenna, did you respond to that already?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and
You're saying it cannot be done?
But
Because I have some information that.
I understand. There are certainly agencies out there that are able to put percentages in. What I put on this record is that because this agreement is between the CRA and the city and the developer, and CRA funding is going to go into it, we have to use our trust fund dollars for eligible activities. And so what I recommended was that the agreement be approved, and then Commissioner Fournier suggested some kind of an incentive for the developer so that you could establish a percentage and then incentivize the developer to meet that percentage.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. McKenna.
I didn't.
Wells finish.
Oh,
No.
Okay, I didn't ask that question. The question is it against the law for the city and the CRA to put a percentage, 15, 20, 30%, into a contract for dealing with minorities within the area? And by law, it is not against the law. You can do it. The reason why most developers don't want to do it is to cut out some of their friends. Their friends won't be able to work. We have restaurants in this district, in this city, that when you start developing, not one of you guys asked this restaurant to be a part of it. And that's the sad part. That's the sad part. But you want us to come and trust you. And you know what? In reality, I do trust y'all. I know y'all gonna make the right decision, because you know why? You keep doing it every time, over and over, to do the right decision. So that's the reason why I said November the 5th, when we vote, we need to make sure we vote no on everything that the city put up for a referendum.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
We need to make sure we say no.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Commissioner Fournier?
Mayor, can I respond? Now that we have approved the agreement, is it appropriate to make a motion to ask you to look at an amendment to it?
Yes, there's a pending motion on the interlocal, but to your question, you can certainly make an independent motion.
Now?
No, not
after.
You got a pending motion on the interlocal. You got to deal with the interlocal. After you deal with the interlocal, then if you want to do something in addition to what's been, what we've done, then you can do that.
Very good. Further input from the public? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. I just want to elaborate on with Roca Point. This is the agreement, at this part of it, this resolution is to the agreement with the CRA and Roca Point working together as far as being partners with this particular resolution here.
This particular one is actually between the city and the CRA. This doesn't really have to do with Roca
Okay.
Point, correct? Yeah, this is.
Okay, so the city and the CRA, their amendment, their resolution, but it still reflects the participation with the master development plan, correct?
Yeah, the master developer portion was voted on previously, so this is just commitment between the city and the CRA, saying city and CRA are going to work together.
Work together, because the CRA is the city. That's how I look at it anyways. My goal and my mission is that we have the participation from the local developers or either the subcontractors. However that percentage is, but I know the language has to be strategically placed a certain way, therefore, it won't be, as you guys being biased, just saying minority. So I know the language, a certain language has to be put in place, even if you put a motion to vote on it. But I don't see how you can vote on it because it's a.
But we're on the interlocal between the city and the CRA. That's all we're dealing with on this
That's what I'm talking about
particular
with the
issue.
percentage that.
So that has nothing to do with this.
Okay, all right.
We're way off track. We
Okay.
may be discussing that shortly, but this is between the city and the CRA.
All right, well, I agree. I agree for the city to work with the CRA, for the participation to be involved with Roca Point. I'm supporting for the project.
Very good.
We need the project. I'm tired of looking at, nudity, pimps and hookers and crackheads and people walking up and down the street. Yeah, we need beautification, because with the beautification, it kind of eliminates all that slum and blight and just people walking with disrespect, because you don't see that on the beach. I just was on the beach. You don't see that type of behavior going on the beach. So we do need it. And my mom don't work hard. That's my mom's sister, Miss Foster, that came up here. She don't work hard. So my mom is 75, so I'm quite sure she wants to see some beautification where she had to stay home from school, couldn't go to school, had to be in the fields. So yes, I support it. I was raised in a brand new house from the ground up. I don't think I would have been able to function over here at the Puerto Rican Project.
Thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
No.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Very good.
Mayor,
Yes,
may
Commissioner.
I make a motion?
Judge, you got the floor.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to ask the attorneys, the city of CRA attorneys, to work on the following amendments to the agreement approved in item 1. The first amendment is to add either some kind of structured penalty or incentive to encourage 25% African American participation. And the second
Please, wait.
The second amendment is to add a requirement for the developer to do an annual survey of residents living within 3 miles to understand their traffic concerns and to determine appropriate modifications based on what the residents are saying about their traffic concerns.
In one motion.
They need to be separate motions.
Second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, what was the radius?
3 miles.
3 miles?
From Atlantic and Dixie, 3 miles.
See, Ms. McKenna still feverishly writing, and Mr. Berman.
And are you asking that that survey be done at the developer's expense?
Developer's expense, the results provided publicly, and then based on the survey, determine what modifications might need to be made to the roads.
So that's-
Got it? Okay. Then a motion and a second. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Sarah Peterson, 4354 Northwest 9th Avenue. I just heard the motion, and what I'm concerned about is the 25% that this community, 15, 20, whatever percent minority black participation is, this motion is also compounded with traffic. So for those who may not want traffic to be included, you would vote no to it, which will then disenfranchise the 25% that's part of that motion. I think these are two separate things that should be two separate motions, and you all should vote on them that way so we can know where you stand when it comes to the African-American participation, and then where you stand when it comes to traffic. But putting them together, I think will also show us that you're now playing politics. And we just want to know how the 25% is going to affect the black community of the Northwest District. That's it. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public. Just name and address to the record.
Ed Phillips, 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach. Very good, Commissioner. Mayor, Commissioner, City staff, just for consideration in terms of some tweaking or some language that may allow a little bit of wiggle room in the event this commission does not accept 25%. Is there wording where we could go have a goal of as high as 25%? Something like that, so that in the event that when you go back and deal with the contractors and the city legals, that there be something that's set as a standard, because they're going to come up with, these are the standards across the county, the state, or the nation, or something to that effect. I mean, we may not want to have to adhere to the standards, but I do think that there should be some craftiness with not just being straight 25%, because I know folks would like to hear 100%, but as you go back and start dissecting this, you're going to run into some legal and financial hurdles, and I'd just like to see it passed, but with the possibility of some adjustments.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, can I respond really quickly?
Well, let's get public input. Let's get public input. Come on, let's further input from the public. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
All right.
Further input from the public. Please come forward.
Excuse me.
Anyone else after Ms. Jackson? Okay. Ms. Jackson, just name and address to the record. Thank you.
Okay, this is Jocelyn Jackson. So the percentage is back on the floor. This is the motion on the floor.
Yes, correct.
Right. And this entails the contractors
Correct.
working with Roca Point. Okay, Roca Point is a private developer, right? They coming in with their own money, correct?
Well, we're...
No, okay, they come in, private developer, he has his own money. He's working with, he has an agreement with the CRA, collaboration. So, the motion on the table is to 25%. Shouldn't we give him the option, because he has a team, of course, himself. So shouldn't we give him the option to allow us to present his portfolio with us with the far as the participation for the local development, which I think I seen it on the first couple of presentations that they gave, because they gave an outstanding presentation. So this is to increase it for the language. Goes back to what I was saying earlier. Now, when you cross this hurdle with this 25% African American, you have to move forward if another project come up to where now you got 25% white, 25% Hispanic. So that's what I'm saying. Will this become an issue moving forward on different projects? So that's what I'm saying. I thought it has to be worded correctly, the language, so it don't look like it's, you know what I'm saying, racist, like just saying African American. That's where I'm at. Isn't a certain language has to be used a certain way versus just,
We've got attorneys for that.
okay. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Thank you.
That's my question to Ms.
Thank you, Ms.
Claudia.
Jackson.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moss.
Thank you. So my motion was to ask the city and the CRA to work on negotiating these, so the language will be sorted out, and maybe 25% is something they choke on, and it's got to be less. But that is a goal, and that is for you to work on. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Moss.
Yeah, you specifically said African American. Would that include black people from the islands who get very angry when you tell them they're African Americans? Would that include Hispanics? Would that include Asians? Or only people whose lineage is from Africa who are American citizens?
Yes, go ahead.
That's the danger in these kinds of things.
Understood. I'm going to leave that to the lawyers. The lawyers will sort out the appropriate language and way to word that. The intent is to have representation that looks like the community we're in.
Commissioner Moss, go ahead.
Well, leaving it up to the lawyers is not what we do here. We make those decisions. Would it include gay people? Would it include transvestites, transgendered people? Would it include people from Asian extraction? I mean, that is the danger in starting to set these kinds of regulations about who it is we're going to. Minority? Well, that's one thing. African American is quite another.
I'm just going to jump in here. We're discussing a motion that was made by Commissioner Fournier, but we will actually discuss the actual item when it comes back from the attorneys. And if it doesn't pass legal muster, doesn't include the appropriate folks at that point in time, we can talk about modifications. But I think the attorneys have been given their orders by the motion in the second. That's just, thank you. Further input from the commission. Vice Mayor.
I do agree with Sarika, who mentioned that this should be divided into two separate votes because the two items are very different from each other.
Single subject.
Okay. Further commission discussion.
Do I need to make a motion to make it?
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Nope. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
No,
I'm sorry, the vice mayor still, what?
I'm still confused. So there's no way we can separate this motion into two separate motions?
It's her motion. It's her
My motion is to ask them to work on these two amendments to the agreement. They will come back, like the mayor said, and we will have the opportunity to vote on them at that point.
Okay, if they're coming back, that's fine then.
As is. Very good. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, very good. That concludes this meeting. Now we will go ahead and commence the meeting as the City Commission of Pompano Beach, Thursday, June 20th, 2024 at 10:45. Very good. Start off with considerations. Number one is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute the Pompano Beach Downtown Public-Private Development Agreement between the CRA, the City of Pompano Beach, and RP Pompano LLC, an affiliate of Roca Point Partners LLC, for development of the city's downtown, together with all documents necessary to effectuate the agreement, identifying the project boundaries, establishing a project budget, delegating authority to the city manager, authorizing funding from all available sources, including increment revenues, building inspections, capital improvement project funds, and issuance of bonds, authorizing intragovernmental transfers of properties between the CRA and the city as provided by law, and authorizing finalization of an agreement with Broward County to swap land on the project area for properties owned by the city and CRA, and construction of a new county facility, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good evening.
Mayor.
Mr. Berman.
Pardon the interruption, sir. At this time, I'd like to request that the city clerk please include and incorporate the presentation from the joint city commission CRA meeting into the record for the purposes of the city commission meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Ms. Sybil.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This item is a companion item to the item you approved earlier this evening as the CRA Board. It's requesting approval of the Master Development Agreement among the Roca Point partners, RP Roca Point, the city, and the CRA. I have no additional comments. We did present earlier at the special joint meeting, so happy to answer any additional questions you may have at this time.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Name and address for the record. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. Once again, Ms. Peterson.
Sarah Peterson. Suzette, you mentioned something earlier in your statement, and I want to disagree. You said people have worked on their days off on this project, and I want to say that we do appreciate you all for the work that you are doing, and thank you. That's it.
Very good.
Welcome. Thank you.
Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
No.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 2 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an interlocal agreement between the CRA and the City of Pompano Beach relating to master development of the city's downtown, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Ms. Sybil.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner. Suzette Sybil, Assistant City Manager. Again, this is another companion item to the item you approved as the CRA board. Excuse me, a few minutes ago. I'm sorry, I'm tired now. My brain's shutting down. I have no additional comments, subject to any additional questions you may have at this time.
Very good. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
No.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Okay, that adjourns this meeting. Now we're going to reconvene our special joint meeting with the CRA and the City Commission. It takes us up to closing remarks by City Commission, Pompano Beach CRA, if we need any. Commission comments? Anything? Seeing none? Okay, that takes care of that. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.